Welcome, everybody, to Shining Force, the legacy of great intention. Hello, YouTube. All right, with that out of the way, I'm going to start sending the invites to everybody, and then we'll get started. Do 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 do. Welcome to the stream. I am putting out the self-promotion. Oh, actually, I should put the whole getting started thing, shouldn't I? Okay, one moment. I'll be putting that text thing. Getting started / sending invites. Here we go. Now you know it. Now you know at least what I'm doing. I'll position it right there. There we go. That's Pokeball. Museum. All right, now I have it sent out to everyone. So let's get started, shall we? Oh, one moment. Oh, let me get that getting started thing off the screen. So, where we last left off, we were here grinding this one mission, if I remember correctly. Because we had recently promoted all of our people. Apologies if I seem a little discombobulated. I just woke up long ago. Woke up about an hour ago. So it's not like I just woke up, but, you know, I woke up fairly recently. Oh god, random life. So it'll take me a little bit to get back into the swing of things. Also, I am eating food because I had breakfast. I might not end up eating lunch today, but I have breakfast at least. We'll see how I feel. Also, I had weird encoding failures yesterday, and I don't know what caused that, so let's hope they don't occur today, shall we? Alright. Going leveled up. Okay. Weird lag. Well, that's not good. Oh no, how? Sorry, I'm not commentating much. I'm eating. That happens when I'm eating. Hi, Jogurt. Hmm. Interesting random lag spike. Oh. May leveled up to level 3. Defense increased by 2. Speed increased by 4. Maximum hit points increased by 9. Wow, that's a big increase. Game, will you please stop doing random lag spikes? That'd be nice. Fire or freezing? Fire or freezing? Fire or freezing? I guess we'll go with fire. I was trying to think what would be more effective on a skeleton. Fire or freezing? But I think fire. They deal the same amount of base damage. Actually, wait, you're a healer. People are hurt. Oh, heal them. Okay, who's majorly hurt? No, you took 2 damage. Are you hurt, Mr. Warwolf? May's still hurt. Okay. We'll heal May. Alright. You could heal. Yeah, go ahead and heal, Gong. Alright, hit him back. Inflicts 11 damage on the health. Nice hit, Valvory. Skeleton attacks. And Enry's dead. That's not good. Skeleton attacks. Don't die, level. Please. Okay, good. I was worried you'd double in this kill. Joker tries to do something. Max attacks. But the Seabat evades. Ugh. May attacks. Nice kill. Pele attacks. Nice fatal wounds. The giant Seabat is very bloody. Heal low, please. Chris casts heal level 1. Full heal. Hellhound attacks. Joker is dead. No surprise. Keep back, huh? Vankar attacks. Vankar misses. Silo attacks. Xylo double attacks. Messed up, Xylo. Seabat attacks. Who is hurt? Xylo's fine. May is fine. Max only has 1 point damage. Vankar is fine. Pele? Pele has only 2 damage. Oh, right. Valborg is really hurt. I knew someone was really hurt. Low, please go heal Valborg. Low cast heal level 1. Valborg fully recovers. Low's level increases to level 2. Speed increases by 4. Maximum hit points increases by 1. Maximum magic points increases by 1. Now heal level became 3. Gong attacks. Good job, Gong. Can we stop with the random lag spikes? Balbory attacks. Balbory kills the Hellhound. Balbory's level increases to 2. Attack level increased by 1. Defense level increased by 1. Speed increased by 3. Maximum hit points increased by 3. Skeleton attacks. Chris is mortally injured, but not dead. I just realized the stream title is wrong. Let me fix that. Stream title fixed. Max attacks. Max kills the Seabat. May attacks. May kills the skeleton. Vankar attacks. Vankar inflicts 19 points of damage on the Seabat. Vankar fatally wounds the Seabat. Chris is heavily hurt. They need to heal themselves. Chris casts heal level 1. Chris fully recovers. Xylo searches for targets. Pele attacks. Pele kills the Seabat. Pele's level increased to 4. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 1. Speed increases by 1. Maximum hit points increases by 8. Wow, that's a big increase to maximum hit point. Okay, who's majorly hurt? Yeah. Pele is the one who's most hurt here, but that's mainly because his HP increased so far. He needs healing. Low cast heal level 1. Pele fully recovers. Balbory attacks. Balbory kills the Seabat. Hellhound attacks. Hellhound uses Fire Breath on Xylo. Mortally wounds Xylo. Gong casts heal level 1. Valvoray fully recovers. Max searches for targets and uses a medical herb. Max fully recovers. Bankar attacks. Bankar mortally wounds the Seabat. Bankar's level increases to 4. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 8. Maximum hit points increases by 4. Low cast heal level 1. Hele fully recovers. May attacks. May kills the Seabat. May's level increases to 4. Defense level increases by 3. Speed increases by 2. Maximum hit points increases by 4. Chris casts heal level 1. May fully recovers. Valvoray searches for targets. Xylo attacks. Xylo heavily wounds the Hellhound. Hellhound is bloody. Hele searches for targets. Hellhound attacks. Hellhound uses Fire Breath. Hello, Campus. Box, I should
Hate
say.
my mic sometimes.
Hellhound attacks. Hellhound uses Fire Breath on Pele. Anyway, you're saying?
I hate how my mic just decides to not work sometimes.
Yeah, that happens.
To be fair, I'm used to it.
Yep. Welcome to the stream.
Well,
one was,
everybody.
no one was here, so I was just narrating what was going on. I figure it's kind of a fun game. I hope it doesn't bother you.
Nah, it's okay.
Gong casts heal level 1. Rancor fully recovers. See, I'm not reading the text verbatim, I'm just reading basically what the effects are and what they're initially doing. Unless it's a level up, then I read it verbatim. Dog level increases to 2. Defense level increases by 2. Speed increases by 1. Maximum hit points increases by 3. Maximum magic points increases by 5. This is also training my narrator voice for when I do Saturday.
Oh, I'm excited for that.
I am too, because I'm going to have to narrate a lot of things, and then specifically going to have to describe a lot of things. And I need to get better about my descriptions, because I've not been that good at them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Have you noticed that fact? The fact that I don't really describe things a lot of the time, and it's actually kind of a problem?
Yeah, you've been able to describe things easily sometimes, and I seem to help you sometimes too.
Yeah, I just forget sometimes that I need to do that. Max attacks. Max crits on the Hellhound, killing it. That's what that little noise was that you heard, was this noise of a crit. Huh. Yeah. The animation doesn't change, it just makes a little bit of like a snake noise, and then yeah, you crit. That's fun. May equips her steel lance and attacks. May kills the Hellhound. I'm also eating breakfast during this.
I just DM'd you what Midnight just joked about with me.
Okay, I'm gonna go check.
I like how he just called Sokurai that nickname now.
Oh! I get why he's making that reference. Okay. So I take it Sokurai is going with that plan, then. Okay, cool. Pele searches for targets and uses a medical herb. Pele recovers 9 hit points. Xylo attacks the skeleton. Xylo barely scratches the skeleton. By the way, there's no one in Twitch chat right now. I'm just doing this for fun. The narration thing. I'm just doing that for fun. You enter into a blue crystalline cave, bended over what looks like an endless pit with floating yellow orbs off in the distance, and a yellow wall with a giant emblazoned blue eye on it. What does the party do? That was me trying to describe this level in D&D terms. Also, I think your mic is muted. Box. I can't hear you if you're talking.
No. Hello?
Now I can hear you.
Okay, good.
But yeah, how'd I do on that description of this place in D&D terms?
With what Midnight just said, it's like, knowing your species and knowing me, you're just gonna try to observe the floors and then the walls.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think that was a pretty accurate description of this place.
It is.
Yeah. I do see
Okay,
crystalline.
Midnight actually says, like, to be first, I'd be actually surprised that it wasn't ice.
Right. I mean, this could be the Forever Ice, as it's also called. Because remember that one material manual that we saw with, like, super materials? One of them was
Forever
called
Ice
Forever Ice.
That is a goddamn Pokemon thing, too, and I love it.
Yeah. For those of you at home who do not know, I was reading a homebrew thing recently for like the properties of special materials in D&D 5e because for those who don't know, D&D 5e has no listings for properties of materials anywhere.
It's pretty wild that way.
What was that?
It's pretty wild that way. That also, in terms, I never knew that that material that you were talking about yesterday, where is it? Adamantine. I didn't know that that was originally black.
It's always been black.
I always thought any description of it called it green.
Nope. It's black. Pitch black. It's like the blackest black.
So it's obsidian.
No. It's blacker than obsidian.
Ooh. Well, you're edgy! Screw you!
Also, you want to know, if you put it into armor, it makes you immune to crits. However,
You want to know what Midnight just said? It was a condensed form of it. I want a cape of obsidian now.
Okay. You can't make the cape out of it. Because it's too heavy. It would be a cape that would weigh like 80 pounds.
No, you're not going to say it to the DM.
Anyway, as I was saying, if you put it into armor, it makes you immune to crits. However, if you put it into weapons, it doubles your damage against objects.
Huh.
Which includes constructs, I believe.
Also, another thing I noticed, interestingly, some of the egg things on the walls have burst.
What, these?
Yeah, you could see the remnants of them.
Yeah, they crashed down to the floor. I wonder why.
I just find it interesting.
Yeah, floating oblong yellow orbs. Who knows? You guys might go underground just to find this place.
Pretty sure it exists in real life, Midnight. It just says like if a property that is of ice exists both in Pokemon and this, I'm pretty sure it's a property that exists in real life. Probably?
Forever ice is not a real thing. The closest we have is called permafrost, and even then, that's not technically the same thing as forever ice. Because forever ice is a stage above permafrost. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Where it's like you get ice, then you would get ice, what an iceberg is made out of, which is called like deep ice or blue ice, and then you get permafrost, and then would be forever ice. Where forever ice will just stay ice regardless of temperature, period. You can throw it into the sun, it will still be ice.
Huh. I didn't know this happens whenever you cast Heal. They calls it a fairy.
Yep. Also, Chris cast Heal level 1 and healed Max to full recovery. I forgot to narrate. But yeah, in this game, when you use Heal level 1, actually, when you use any of the heal spells, a fairy comes out and heals them.
Interesting.
Yep.
Screw off, Midnight.
So instead of you healing directly, you're summoning a fairy to heal for you.
If you want to know what just happened, I said interesting, and Midnight just counted that with, you find everything interesting.
I mean, may I quote the line of, "Why you booing me? He's right."
Because I hate that he could easily call me out on that.
Right? I believe
He
I,
basically
as
said
the DM, have called you out on that.
I like how he just the whole entire thing he says, technically as a species, also you're interested in everything.
Yeah. Moonstones in general are interested in everything.
Or as he likes to call it, the ADHD dragons.
Yeah. Which, we probably shouldn't be talking about that on screen.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. I'm just mentioning the fact that... I mean, we're going to find out Saturday, so I guess it's just a little bit of sneak preview for stuff coming up on Saturday. Because I am
say that,
streaming.
Midnight.
What's that?
Just Cash, he said, bite your tongue or else I'll bite it for you.
No, don't be biting other people's tongues. It's wrong.
He does that basically when he's just like, shut up.
Yep. And they attacked.
People forgetting they're legit horse people. I'm like, mounted riders. No, they are their own mounted riders.
They are centaurs. They are armored centaurs. Also, leading the charge is my cybernetically enhanced werewolf.
Once you look... Oh no, there he is. I was about to say, why did...
What?
Nothing, I was just thinking, it's like, why does he look not werewolfy? And then I'm like, oh wait, no, it's not the third person down.
I mean, look at his head. His head looks like a werewolf. Has a snout.
By the way, that's what convinced Midnight to actually, if he gets a subclass, secondary subclass in Barbarian, get East. The little guy.
Okay. Do you remember what his attack looks like? Well, in this cybernetic werewolf form?
Isn't it just summoning a bunch of wolves?
Yes. It's something about
Actually,
wolf heads,
is
specifically. Ah.
It only does 8 damage.
Yeah, he's not that strong because he can't equip a weapon. Unfortunately. Xylo leveled up to level 3. Weapon. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 1. Speed increases by 3. Maximum hit points increases by 1. Sorry, I want.
Apart from talking over you a lot and being annoying.
No, you're fine. I encourage people to talk on my streams because it gives me something to do. Other than just...
Yeah, that's why he doesn't have a weapon. To be fair, he is his own weapon.
He is his own weapon, yes, but that means that he doesn't have the stat increases from equipping a weapon. So he only has his base stats to go off of, which aren't honestly that good in this game, sadly.
But it's not Joker level bad.
Anyway, we have to repeat this fight, obviously. But I'm going to kill everyone except for the mage at the end, and then we'll repeat the fight. Max kills the worm. But yeah, I don't mind if you talk over me. That's what on stream. I mean, I don't mind if you talk over me. That's fine.
I don't mean to talk over you.
Yeah. So I'm glad you're excited about this Saturday.
Uh-oh.
Yep, enemies start getting more powerful magics.
I also noticed, did your power, the platform for you lower when he was doing that?
Did what for me while he was doing that?
Platform. It seemed like before you were a little bit above him, and now it seems like you're at eye level with him.
Nope, this is how it always is.
Huh.
I will say though, when you are struck with an attack, it shakes your platform. That might be what you were noticing. Okay, just going to have everyone else stand around like a bunch of lemons. Xylo, how about you try not to die?
Please don't.
Xylo uses healing seed. He nearly fully recovers. Enough for me to do it. Yeah, Lo, why don't you go ahead and heal Xylo the rest of the way? Because, yeah, we have to egress out of here, so I had to wait for Max to get another turn. But yeah, I'm looking forward to next Saturday. For those of you at home who do not know, next Saturday will be, the newest section of Oncoming Storm, but also will specifically be the first heavy RP session of Oncoming Storm. As there will be no combat. Okay. Right, it sticks us at the end. I forgot about that.
And I keep on thinking that you lost that battle. Like, oh wait, no.
No. Though, to be fair, the only difference between losing the battle and egressing out is I keep half my money, or else I lose half my money when I lose the battle. I'm just doing this because part of my own rule set. You remember what my rule set is for this run?
Huh?
I said, do you remember my rule set for this run?
No.
Okay, my rule set is as follows. It is threefold. Number one, if anyone levels up during a battle, I have to repeat that battle. Number two, if anyone dies during a battle, I have to repeat that battle.
Huh.
Number three, whenever I get an opportunity to swap team members, I must swap in as many low-level characters as I can and swap out my strongest people.
Interesting.
Basically, this ensures that I'm constantly leveling up and grinding the levels for every character, effectively, and that every character gets a chance to get stronger. Though it also means I'm stuck with freaking Jogurt on my team, because he's constantly level 1.
I like how the healing for him is revives 10 gold, and when you did that, it just played a little sad tune when he was being revived.
I didn't know it's a sad tune. I did know about the 10 gold. I'm tempted to make an exception for Jogurts, but it's almost funnier if I don't. So, I'm just not going to for now. Yeah, no matter what you do, you cannot catch up with that spell.
I wish you could just kill it to sneak attack.
That'd be nice. But no, sneak attack bonuses are not a thing in Shining Force. Also, yeah, I find it kind of funny. It's like, oh hey, here's all the enemies. Like, oh yeah, this seems like something a typical D&D party could handle. Except then you look at how many people are here, and you're like, this is way more people than what's required to actually do this. In D&D terms. You know what I mean?
To be fair, you have scaling.
Yeah, but to be fair, can you imagine a D&D party of 13 people?
We're almost getting to there, aren't we?
We're not trying to.
We're accidentally almost getting to there.
Because let's see, this is 5. Then we have 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 people. I did not mean to press B again. I have been tempted to just remake the Shining Force levels and to see how you guys handle those fights. In D&D, I mean. Because Shining Force goes off a grid base thing anyway, so imagine each of these are like 5-foot tiles. It could totally work, potentially. It'd just be a bit hard to convert. But what were you saying?
Indeed. You just have to take account for everything.
Yeah. Which would be a pain, but I could do it. And I mean, these enemies, look at those stats and tell me those stats aren't easily convertible to D&D 5e stats.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I did with the annoying giant bat, is I just ripped the stats straight from Shining Force and added it in to D&D 5e, which is why...
Ace just said, and I quote, "You're a fool if you don't think Cathangus won't take a chance in turning into that."
The annoying giant bat? No, go ahead. Go ahead and turn into the annoying giant bat. Part of the reason why it's there is because it's funny. Huh. That would be an interesting one-shot campaign. I'm imagining a one-shot campaign where you replay the entirety of this game, but in D&D 5e instead, with you guys controlling the actual characters in this game, but in D&D 5e. That would be interesting.
Who's gonna play Joker?
I don't know. Something to keep in mind, by the way, is the most Shining Force members you can take in any given fight is 12. So there's going to be ones that are just left behind constantly. So you could potentially leave behind Jogurt.
Can, but he has items that he gives you, which I don't know what the ring does. What does the Jogurt ring do?
It
turns
makes you
you
look
into
like
him.
Jogurt.
The weird flavor that's disguised self.
No, it's not disguised self. It just makes you look like Jogurt. It's like the most hyper-specific disguised self ever that only has one application. And here's the funny thing. You can't turn it off unless you take the ring off. And when you are made to look like Jogurt, the ring obviously becomes invisible on your hand. So, yeah.
At least it's not affecting your stats.
No, it's not. It's not affecting your stats, it's not affecting your abilities. It's just... you're forced to look like that giant hamster at home. Which is kind of humiliating. Bauer attacks. Missed.
They can miss.
Missing is very common against bats. Why do you think I gave the annoying bat such high AC?
I always thought it was because they're fast.
No, it's... well, I mean, yes, but normal bats don't have that high of AC. I did it because the bats in this game specifically have like a 50% dodge rate. Which, to be fair, I could have just taken the normal bat stats and just added in a mechanic that says roll a d4 on a roll of a 3 or 4 you just missed. Which
no, that's
would be,
too cheap.
That would be more accurate, though, because here's the thing. If I'm wanting to make one-to-one recreations of the enemies from this game, then yeah, stuff like that. They're cheap, but they're what happens in this game.
Then again, it's entirely up to luck, then.
Yeah. It's like, oh, hey, you rolled a crit to hit, but, oh, yeah, you rolled on the d4 wrong, so guess what? It didn't work.
Can I tell you my favorite moment of... And I actually has his favorite moment of Section 1, and that's when one of Flame's men got a 1, and instead you turn that to a nat 20 against Dracul.
Ah. Oh, here's a question. Does Cathanglis have any ill feelings towards Dracul from the mental battle?
I feel like anything that was, like, upsetting them kind of made their dues.
If...
Would you do it off-screen, or would you do it together, where you're just...
That's the type of stuff that you would handle in the next session.
Main question is, no, you're not gonna have a chance to slap Jaden.
You could try. I don't know if
You're not
Jaden
causing
would
combat midnight.
I don't know if Jaden would appreciate it, but...
It's like just one slap for what the guards did. It's like, it wasn't Jaden's fault.
Alright. If you're to slap anyone, slap the guards. Don't slap Jaden. Sorry, slap the scouts, because it's the scouts that did, not the guards.
Sure, if you could find him, if you could try, you could slap Sylvester, I guess. Did you understand how hard it is to do that, though?
To be fair, I'm not sure Sylvester would care if you slapped him. He'd be like, okay. How much
His
damage
exact
would it
response
really
is
do?
just hold him down and I'll get him.
Oh, I mean, if you remember, do you remember when Sylvester made a small head that was watching you working in the alchemy lab?
I like how I forgot about that, but it's just like, it was like, yeah, I remember.
Yeah, you want
I
to
kind of
just
assumed
slap
it was
that.
just a thing, was not caring.
Why don't you just slap that then? What next time Sylvester does that, just slap that one.
Huh, that's an interesting dynamic you have then.
So, but I already
Both
know that.
respects,
Sorry, go ahead.
both respects and hates Silvestro.
I know that Silvestro distrusts both of you.
To be fair, yeah. I don't blame him because I have a Bellatrix on my side. No, there won't be any lover spats. They weren't lovers.
I am not giving details.
Oh, he's just like, Bellatrix is gonna have like an argument with Silvestro, isn't she?
You might taunt and tease him. Especially when she gains the ability to talk through you, which guess what? You're gaining telepathy.
Oh, god damn it.
That means that Bellatrix can use your telepathy to talk to other people. Did you think about that for a second?
I did, and I like how Midnight's response is, can't shut her off, can you?
Nope, you can't shut her off. I mean, you can't shut off Warlock patrons. If you do, they kind of stop giving your Warlock spells. Why do you think I moved?
Pythagoras will do anything.
Why do you think I made her your patron?
To be fair, yeah, it also kind of fits because background.
Yes. It also more fits for the amount of meddling she was doing.
Yes, you could still punch Pythagoras, you just have a you shouldn't.
Hmm.
You worried about hitting first.
Just don't punch Clocksworth. Because Clocksworth is, you know how he is. He's very likely to just retaliate without even thinking about it.
His exact response, and I quote, Hawkeye is not in my targets. He has already did enough good.
Right. Because I already know what Clocksworth's argument would be. Clocksworth would say, well, he hit me, so he's clearly my enemy, right? That's Clocksworth's train of logic that would occur for why he would hit you with his Naginata if you try to punch him. I'm getting mad.
Oh, that's fair. That's also why you're not hitting Hunari, yeah. Because he didn't do anything especially bad.
Right. The only one who threatened Clocksworth was Jaden, and he found out later that was due to a misunderstanding.
Is that technically a threat?
The dude charged at him in full plate armor, wielding a sword bigger than he was. I'd say that's a threat. Did you forget about that?
I like how Midnight's first response is blame Pythagoras. I don't have the ability to summon him. If I could summon people across dimensions, I would. Sorry. I'm okay.
Yep. Sorry, my wife is just being annoying. She was trying to ask me a deeply personal question, and she said, can you honestly answer this question? I said, honestly, I'm streaming right now. This is a bad time. And she's like, oh, sorry. I'm like, yeah, hello, I stream every day. You know this. Why do people forget that I stream?
I don't know. Also, I like how Midnight's just like, well, I'm gonna blame you personally for summoning Clocksworth. I don't have the ability to summon others.
Mia Black said I have.
Trust me, if I could, I would.
I'm not going to say that Clocksworth appearing has nothing to do with you.
It's just like, I don't know, Elf, you're something.
That sounds like the name of a song. I don't know, Elf.
It's him trying to process everything. It's just like, You're an elf. You're half an elf. He's a full elf. You had to have something. No.
Isn't that literally racist?
Welcome to Midnight. He's trying to make connections everywhere, and I'm just like, no.
Oh, so he's a conspiracy theorist. Got it.
Well, there's a reason why he's probably going to be the group planner.
There's a
Besides all
difference
the
between-
background stuff he has.
There's a difference between a planner and a conspiracy theorist.
He just said that too.
He's a
It's
conspiracy
cool.
theorist.
I'm not a nut job. I'm just right most of the time.
I didn't say you're a nut job. I said you're a conspiracy theorist. There's a difference. I don't consider conspiracy theorists automatically nut jobs. After all, I was a conspiracy theorist for a while. I just consider them people who make way too many connections in areas that really don't deserve having connections.
Okay, that makes sense. He wasn't doing that on purpose. He was just being silly.
Oh, right, I know. But I was just explaining why I called him that. Because, yeah, he literally fits that definition of he's making connections between things that just aren't correlated at all. Or, rather, correlation does not equal causation, is the big thing.
He said, and I quote, "I'll just let fate decide."
Okay. That just makes me think of Kingdom Hearts. When you walk away. I'm not going to say anything more than that because of copyright reasons.
Okay, copyright on your own stream. I
think
almost sung something copyrighted first, and then I'm like, nah, non-stream.
Yep. But yeah. But yeah, no, that's my definition of conspiracy theorist. Low. Heal May, please. You got quiet, Fox. What's up?
No, I'm not quiet. I'm just thinking about things.
Okay.
Don't worry, everything's okay.
Okay. And yes, I know Cayenne is here. Hmm. Is there anyone that's even hurt?
To be fair, I don't think anyone else took damage.
I mean, some people have like 1 point of damage, but I want to say there's some. No, I guess there's no one actually like super hurt.
I'd say save your healings for when you really need it.
Well, I have 3 healers currently on the team, but yeah, I guess. The only other thing I can do with a healer is just hit with a stick, and it missed.
To be fair, you're hitting someone with a stick. I feel like that's easy to miss someone with.
To be fair, it's a spiky stick, but yes. See, it's a spiky stick. Ah, fire breath. The Hellhounds have 2 attacks. They can either bark at you or do fire breath. The barking does a lot less damage than the fire breath. Gong, attack the Hellhound. Gong attacks. Gong does 9 damage. Joker searches for targets. Max attacks. Max kills the Seabat. Alright. But yeah, I'm looking forward to Saturday quite a bit.
Yeah, Saturday.
Um,
I can barely hear you, Diana.
Yeah, Saturday. I'll be doing.
Well, you know what Saturday is.
Do I?
Yes, it's the Oncoming Storm campaign.
Mm-hmm.
Then why did you ask, do I, if you know?
Because I only heard it from Fox, not anybody else's version.
I could barely hear you. The game audio is quite loud. I can't hear you over the sound of the game audio.
It's fine.
So you're gonna need to either speak louder or type, one of the two. By the way, low is hurt, right? If I remember correctly? Yeah, low's heavily hurt. Huh. Is there anything you want to talk about saying this?
not much.
Okay. But yeah. Cool. Henry leveled up and learned Freeze 4. That's pretty nice. Low attacks. The only reason why I asked Fox is just because I noticed you got quiet ever since Diana showed up.
No, it's not that. I was just thinking.
Okay.
Oh, did I interrupt anything? Did you talk?
No, you didn't.
Or something?
You didn't interrupt anything. That's why I found it weird that he just got quiet. I was like, why is everyone quiet now?
Oh no, nobody. Not everyone's going. I was just thinking.
Okay. Balboy searches for targets and uses metaphor. Balboy fully recovers. I guess we'll just go back to narrating, since we're not talking about anything. Skeleton attacks. Skeleton nearly kills Low. That's not good. Jogrid attacks. Jogrid actually accomplishes something for once and kills a skeleton. Because the skeleton had literally 1 hit point left. A car alarm goes off outside, and Max searches for targets. Thankfully, they turned off the car alarm pretty quickly. Cow searches for targets. Pele attacks the worm. Pele kills the worm. Pele's level increases to 6. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 3. Speed increases by 2. and researches for targets. May attacks the skeleton. May mortally wounds the skeleton.
Is it called mortally wounding though?
I don't know. What would you call it?
I don't know. They're skeletons. They're already dead. I don't know what is a quote-unquote mortal wound for them.
It got knocked below half HP. I consider that a mortal wound in one hit. Hellhound attacks Pele. Hellhound uses Fire Breath and hurts Pele quite a bit. For 12 damage. Vankar searches for targets. Oh, another Hellhound attacks Pele. This one also uses its Fire Breath and hurts Pele quite a bit for 12 damage. Pele is nearly dead. Lo pursues Pele to heal him, but also heals himself in the process. A phone call can be heard in the distance.
What?
I'm just being goofy. Dong uses heal level 1.
Yeah.
Lo fully recovers.
How the hell do you block out things that don't matter, then you don't fucking phone call background noise?
I don't know. I wouldn't worry about it. Jogger searches for targets. It's not a big deal anyway, added to the comedy of the situation. Max searches for targets and uses a medical herb on May. Hal searches for targets. May attacks the Hellhound. May does 12 damage on the Hellhound. Surtur says, "Oh hey, we're still in the cave with the Dark Void." Indeed.
Yeah,
Also,
this has been happening for about a couple of times.
yep. May's level increases to 6. Attack level increases by 3. Defense level increases by 1. Speed increases by 3. Maximum hit points increases by 11. Oh wow.
Is it random every time for everything?
Yes, it's random every time for everything. I've never seen a double-digit stat increase from a level up though in this game.
I at least thought it was always like 5 or something. No, it's 11 at points.
Surtur says, wait, if we're in a cave, why do we see the stairs? Bless you. Bless you. Someone sees me in the other room. Anyway, I don't know why, and I wouldn't question it. Why is there a starry sky if we're underground, why is there a starry sky above? I assume we got transported to another dimension is what happened.
Things are weird.
Yeah, Surtur, I'm pretty sure we got transported to another dimension, considering the fact that there's a night sky with stars in it, and we're underground, supposedly. Either that, or there's stuff on the ceiling of the cave. Also, this straight up looks like it just falls into space, so that is another reason why. I think we might be somewhere in space. Which, actually, didn't you initially say you thought we were in space?
Surtur did.
Surtur did. Yeah, so I think we might literally be in space. Pele attacks. Pele mortally wounds the Hellhound.
So you fell down into space cave.
Portals to another dimension. Dumb question.
I know I shouldn't question it because the logic is just insane. He fell down into a waterfall, into a cave in space.
He fell down into a waterfall, into a cave, and then ended up in space. Yes. Bless you, dear.
I cough. Not really.
That was a sneeze. That sounded like a sneeze.
That was a cough.
I'm sorry, I thought it was a sneeze.
Thurder says, enters a cave, gets in space. Yeah. Also, Grochek says, hello, Bug Boy. How does the war against Runefist go? The war against Runefist goes good. We are currently grinding Runefist for EXP.
He's currently trying to grind Jogurt.
No, we're not grinding up Joker into a fine pace, so that would be fun. How goes your ROM hacking in this game, Grochek? Vankar attacks. Vankar kills the skeleton. Grochek says, I have been doing lots of work on my mod. Cool. Vankar leveled up to level 5. Attack increases by 1. Speed increases by 2. Maximum hit points increases by 2. In case you're wondering, I'm narrating not only because it's fun, but also because I'm practicing for Saturday. Okay, May is heavily hurt, so use heal level 2. Hello, Cass, heal level 2. Grotek says, I found an interesting trick. I found a way to make it so you can choose if you want to have required party members join. Thus, you can have Luke and Tao join, but skip Ken and Hans. Interesting. Oh, Pele is heavily hurt. Okay. Chris, heal Pele, please. First cast, heal level 1. Pele recovers 13 hit points. Chris's level increases to 3. Attack level increases by 2. Defense level increases by 9. Speed increases by 1. Maximum hit points increases by 5. Maximum magic points increases by 5. Heal now became level 3. Do you know how the different levels for the spells work in this game, by the way, Bucks?
Does it go up to 3?
It goes up to 4, maximum. And you can actually see that if you look here and see that she has freeze 3 and it looks like there's room for another notch.
Hmm?
Basically, you can think of those as like levels of spell. So imagine if like Blaze, Freeze, and Muddle were first level spells, and then those higher versions are you upcasting them up to 4th level. That's effectively how it works, is upcasting. Except instead of spell slots, this game uses magic points. Each level of a spell costs a certain number of magic points to use. Etc. So, that would be a relatively easy thing to translate into D&D. Because you can basically just think of heal as like cure wounds.
Yes, or any of the paladin stuff.
Yeah. Or, for example, you could the only thing that you'd have to do different is that you'd have to have the cure wounds increase its range as you upcast it, instead of just increasing the amount of healing.
Isn't that a feature with one of the paladins or clerics?
What, to increase the range of cure wounds?
I swear that's a thing with one of the paladins or clerics.
Maybe. I don't know. I don't remember offhand. Grochek says, I added the option to all the required party members in my mod, since you can already skip all optional characters. I also made sure you get a message when someone joins. No more hidden joins like Jokers. Aww. Okay.
You can't be surprised anymore.
Also, I just realized we're really tiny on the screen. I need to make it bigger. There we go. Actually, the higher level heal increases the range as well as the HP it heals while costing MP. Yeah, I was talking about that. Was the fact that it increases range and the amount healing, unlike just regular cure wounds. So you'd have to make cure wounds also increase the range. But you could effectively just translate that. And then, yeah, there's like... It's like that, and then sleep is just sleep. There isn't really one for blaze or freeze or electricity, so you just have to go with like regular-ish spells. I can't think of first level spells that do like specifically fire damage, specifically ice damage, whatever. I don't know. I'm thinking of a weird thing where you take Shining Force elements and translate them into D&D 5e. That's what I'm thinking about. I wish there was a way that I could look at the statistics of like how much each spell like recovers and stuff, and like how much damage a certain spell does, etc.
No.
There is no way to actually tell in the game.
I'd say look at the game's files, maybe?
I've done that plenty of times. It doesn't say in the files any accessible way that I can look. Or if it does, it's buried somewhere, which is probably more the case. It's buried somewhere. You know what? Joker doesn't matter. I'll let Joker attack the Master Mage. There, you did 1 damage. Do you feel happy, little hamster? Oh, you did 2 damage. Lovely.
Did a second thing.
Of course, if you wanted to translate D-Soul to D&D, it would be the death spell. I was trying to think of first level spells though that I translate as. But yeah, I guess it would be the death spell. Though, are you talking about the one from 5th edition? Because I'm talking about like 5th edition. I know that there's death spells in older editions. I don't remember the death spells in 5th edition.
Yeah, I found a list of 15 second level spells that I find 15 second edition spells that are interesting.
Yeah, 2nd edition had way more spells than modern D&D does. You wanna know why?
Is it because there's very... I actually don't know.
The reason why is because 5th edition... By the time we got to 5th edition, a lot of the older spells that existed were compressed together into singular spells. So, like, Prestidigitation, for example, is compressing together, like, 20 different cantrips that used to do various small niche things. And they just combine them all into Prestidigitation.
There's one spell that I would think would be still useful, and that's Enhanced Partner, or just Ice a Partner, whatever it's called, where you can look at the vision of your own partner. Oh, Enhanced Familiar Sense.
Which is niche as all heck. It's incredibly niche. But yeah. I guess your hero spell could be similar to the witch spell. I'm not adding the hero spell into the thing. Also, no, it would not be a witch spell, because I'm not giving the main character of the campaign just access to the witch spell from the start of the game. Grochek says, I know spells from 2nd edition. Yeah, 2nd edition spells, there is definitely direct translations in 2nd edition for Shining Force spells. Because if you didn't know, by the way... Sorry, go ahead.
If you're in 2nd edition, there's a spell that legit allows you to take a skill proficiency of your partner and just steal that for an hour.
Yeah.
Skill or 2 proficiency.
Right. There's a lot more that you could do back in 2nd edition. I never played 2nd edition. I played 3.5. However, I will say, Shining Force and many games like it are loosely based off of AD&D, which if you don't know is Advanced Dungeons & Dragons. They take heavy inspiration from Advanced Dungeons & Dragons, which is Basically 1.5, where it's the second iteration of the first edition of Dungeons and Dragons.
Hmm.
Basically, because when they first released Dungeons and Dragons, it was released over the course of like 5 books, and they were more like loose guidelines for how to play the game. And some of them contradicted each other, some of them were just weird, some of them were written by completely different authors that didn't actually look at any of the other books. It was just basically like advice for how to make things up well. It wasn't really like concrete rules. And then they realized, and then the creator wanted to do tournament play, where people could like do adventure leagues. That was the start of Adventure League. And if he wanted to set up Adventure League, he realized this mismatched hodgepodge set of rules that already existed could not work for Adventure League. So what he wanted to do was he wanted to set up a codified, solidified central system called Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, which was like more what you know Dungeons and Dragons as today, where it's actually more solidified. It's like, here's the rules, here's how you do things, here's where you have room for interpretation, etc., etc. That kept continuing later on, where with second edition, there was base second edition, then there's Advanced Dungeons and Dragons second edition. You know.
You're forgetting, there's the occult. There's an occult thing in second edition.
Yeah. I remember even in 4th edition there was, because back in 4th edition, that's when we got things like the Deva, which is interesting. And Invokers. Invokers is one of the things that I actually wish was in 5th edition, but I know why it's not. I just kind of wish it was. Imagine if there was a third holy class besides clerics and paladins. Those were the Invokers.
Oh?
Yeah. Instead of them being spell-based, they're like divine power martial classes. It's the best way I can think of to describe an Invoker. Where they
so paladins?
No, because they didn't have spells. But they could like channel divinity and stuff. It was interesting. Cancel monks class cleric spells? No. Not in modern D&D, no. There is no monk subclass that gets access to cleric spells, specifically. The only people that get access to cleric spells, besides clerics themselves, are specifically Divine Soul Sorcerers, and that's it.
Oh!
What was that? Capangas?
I did not know there was a spell in second edition that just literally did caltrops.
Yeah. As I said, second edition, there was a lot more spells. There's probably thousands of spells. Or instead, you know how hard it is to choose spells nowadays? Like, oh hey, I have this selection of a few dozen first level spells I have to choose from. Imagine that with a few hundred first level spells you have to choose from.
Huh.
And that was second edition.
It's interesting.
It's interesting. It was also a lot more time consuming. The only thing I miss really from 3.5 and 4th edition is the epic histories stuff, the epic legends. I miss that stuff.
Oh hey, there is a heal. Really? You know this.
What?
Undead regeneration's a thing.
Yeah. Back in 2nd edition.
Transmute metal to wood.
In 2nd edition, there were 6 cleric spells / level and 12 magic user spells / level.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking, transmute metal to wood actually is useful.
Okay.
I just...
I was talking about what Grotrek said in the chat. Do you want me to stream my OBS again so you can read the chat?
Nah, I'm good. I'm just
Because-
surprised on a lot of things.
Okay.
Same time, now I know why.
Do 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 do. In case you're wondering, by the way, Kyanna has us deafened, so she can't even hear us.
Understandable.
I don't know why. Personally, I mean, I would see why she wanted to mute if she's doing something, but I don't understand why she wants us deafened.
There's 2 different types of thaumaturgy in here?
Yes. Thaumaturgy did something very different back then.
I'm sorry, I'm warning.
That's fine. I don't mind you learning.
There's a lot of things that just, yeah, why isn't this just a feature in a different character?
Well, because it'd be a lot more complicated. Back then, you had access to a lot more spells than you have access to now, because, as Grotrek pointed out, each cleric level would get you 6 cleric spells and 12 magic using spells. That you would know. So by the time you're a level 5 cleric, you would know 30 cleric spells and 60 magic user spells.
Yeah, that seems too overpowered.
It's not that it's overpowered, it's just you need to sift through all of that. Imagine sifting through all those spells in combat, trying to figure out what the heck you're gonna do.
I don't know why this isn't just a, oh hey, yeah, you could just do this as a natural part of your character.
They wanted to be... For 5th edition, they want to make 5th edition simpler. That was one of the big things about 5th edition, is they want to make everything simple and accessible.
Oh no, I see why they want to make things simple. This is just,
Yeah. More features on a character is not always a good thing, because that means that there's also more things to worry about at that point.
You just have the spell that just summons caltrops. You could just use caltrops.
Right. But yeah, you could use magical... There's a lot... I will say, one thing I miss is that there was a lot more creation spells back then, which were spells that can just make things. There are a lot more spells that can just make things. Now, the only spell that can make things that exists, like actual physical things, are like either creatures or the creation spell. And the creation spell is actually really limited with what you can make. Because of the fact that you can't, number one, anything you make will disappear after a certain amount of time, which is really annoying. And then number two, anything you make, you cannot use for material components and spells. And then number three, you cannot make magical objects.
Huh.
So it's like, what the heck do you use it for? 'Cause it's like, oh hey, it'd be like, oh, make steel so that way you can use steel and armor. Wait, no, the metal goes away after an hour.
Also, I find clone and simulacrum interesting in this one. They're not made of water, they're just literally zombified versions of you.
Well, simulacrum in modern D&D is made out of ice and snow, not necessarily water. But yeah. Whereas clones are literally just vat-grown clones of you in D&D 5e. So they're not that different compared to how they used to be. But simulacrums, yes, they're a lot different. You also do gotta realize something, Fox, and that is the time period difference. Because believe it or not, they take place in different time periods in the D&D story. In the D&D
Why
world.
now?
For example, you remember that whole Netherese Empire fall thing that caused 10 total spells to be banned?
Oh, that was a. Oh.
That was something that happened in 4th and 5th edition. The Netherese Empire was going strong in 3.5. Technically, in 3.5, you could cast 10th, 11th, and 12th level spells. And so every edition earlier than that, yeah, you could cast 10th, 11th, and 12th level spells. Technically. Because that was back with the old Goddess of Magic. I think, like, at the end of 3.5, it's like right when the Spell Plague was starting to happen, but before the Karsus' Avatar incident.
This is interesting.
Yeah. Which, for those at home wondering, they're like, wait, but what does that matter? Because of the fact that I just make my own custom D&D world anyway, right? And to that I say, yes, however, the D&D core books mainly focus on the Forgotten Realms, which is the setting that's been in D&D ever since 1st edition. So, a lot of the rules and stuff on, like, magic and all that is based on the Forgotten Realms and how it works there. You can apply that to your own worlds, but what happens in the Forgotten Realms affects the game directly. Because it affects how the core rules are shaped. That and, of course, their own... what they want to design the rules to be. So, that's the reason why things like the whole Karsus Avatar banning of 10th level spells things affects the world of Kishwaka, for example. It's because of the fact that it's the core rules being affected. Because most of D&D takes place in the Forgotten Realms. Now, obviously, there is exceptions. For example, Strixhaven doesn't have anything to do with it. Eberron doesn't have anything to do with it. The Plane of Avernus doesn't have anything to do with it. You know. But you get what I mean?
Yes.
Also, yes, Surtur, technically you could try casting Karsus' Avatar yourself back then. If you could figure out how to make it, because the spell hadn't been made yet. And I don't know what DM that exists would approve you of making that spell.
Okay, here's my theory. You could do it, you just have to give the DM a good damn reason.
Right? It's like, oh, I'd like to craft a 12th level spell that can let me mantle the power of an entire goddess of magic.
It's like, okay, why?
First off, why? Second off, no. Third off, why?
First off, why? Second off, how? Third off, why?
Reason? Plot. I like to imagine that was how Karsus pulled it off, is he asked the DM if he could, and the DM tentatively approved it, and then Karsus did it and caused the entire spell plague and the collapse of the Empire. And the DM was...
I think it would be more tentative because just this whole entire thing got rid of magic for a time period.
Yeah, magic stopped working for a while. It's like, oh god. Yeah.
What?
What did you find?
I found a wizard, and I found... Oh, yeah, there's just a class called Origami Wizard.
Tell us about the Origami Wizard.
It's at the School of Origami of an art of... Oh, wait, this is the thing you actually talked earlier about how to make a magic system.
What was that? I couldn't hear what you said.
This is kind of related to the books and, like, the thing the guy was talking about, how to create a magic system.
Yeah.
How some people found magic from even elements. The person used the art of paper making and folding into spells. This is apparently doing that.
Cool. Also, as Grochek said, yeah, no more mutants. If you know Marvel Comics, you know why that line is incredibly significant and fits for this. Do you know comic books, Fox?
Yes.
Do you know about Scarlet Witch?
Yes. The most powerful sorcerer warlock.
The most
Or
powerful,
sorcerer.
one of the most powerful mutants to ever exist. Yeah.
She's also Magneto's son in one thing.
Daughter.
Magneto's daughter, I mean.
Yeah.
Daughter
Do
of
you
Magneto
know-
and I think Mystique.
Do you know what she did? Do you remember the? Do you know about the event where she changed the entire Marvel multiverse?
Yes. The literal word she said was no more mutants.
Yeah, which is what Grochek just typed in the chat in reference to Karsus' avatar of the goddess of magic basically doing something equivalent to that. Also, I'm Grizz.
Also, when has she she has changed the whole entire what happened? Oh, sorry. She has changed the whole entire multiverse more than once.
Yeah, more than once. Also, I'm doing this so that you can see this. There we go. Also, how can I make that not visible? Oh well, doesn't matter. There we go. Now you can see what they're saying.
Okay. She has in fact changed the multiverse on multiple occasions.
Yeah. Her and Franklin Richards. How's Zatanna kick Scarlet Witch's butt? Because Scarlet Witch let her, I'd assume? Wait, what? Multiverse affecting events? I didn't remember that, but from the small bits I know of comic book Scarlet Witch, makes sense. Yeah, Scarlet Witch, in the House of M story, it ultimately culminated with her saying, no more mutants. And then
She's done it more than once.
Sorry, what?
The first time that she's ever done a multiverse change event is called WandaVision,
Okay,
in which all she wanted to do was spend time with Vision, and she just literally did it so badly she turned him into a human.
Okay, but that's irregardless of what we're currently talking about. But yes, but yeah, the House of M, where various events happened involving Mephisto and her kids not existing and then existing again, and memories and blah blah blah, until eventually she was so fed up with everything and she was so fed up with everything that she said, no more mutants, and then wiped out 97% of the mutant population in the entire multiverse, reverting them back to normal people. The only
when you have a
people,
being so powerful, she can literally resurrect dead.
the only
As if it
people
was
that were
something, rewrite
unaffected
that
by
history.
Fox. Really, Fox? You actively heard I wasn't done talking.
Alright.
Anyway, the only people who were unaffected by that were people that were either pretty close to her power or stronger than her. That's what I was going to say, was the only other 3% of the population that was unaffected but were those people. Okay, anyway, what were you going to say now?
You have someone that just, as a casual thing of her power, she can rewrite history to make sure deaths didn't happen. You kind of have a being that is ultra powerful in regards.
Yes. She is also considered a multiversal singularity. In terms of, she is unaffected by anything in the multiverse, and she is a singular, and that even if a version of her from the past is wiped out, the present version of her is not affected. And you want to know what her power is, because no one seems to understand what her power actually is. I know what it is, though.
Even Marvel kind of said they don't know because they said, oh, she's weird.
Yeah, but I have a very good idea what her power is. It's called chaos magic. But it's called chaos magic. And if you don't know what chaos magic is, drop in, because we're about to talk about some super deep and super powerful stuff. Well, let's put it this way. This stuff is so secretive and exclusive that even Dr. Strange said that magic doesn't exist anymore. And he's the master of magic. And even he thought it didn't exist. But no, it not only exists, she is the most proficient user of chaos magic. Like, in the entire multiverse. So, we're bringing in Discord from MLP to Marvel. Wait, what? I'm not talking about MLP. Welcome back, Hyena. Sorry to hear you couldn't breathe.
I would hide your screen, by the way.
Oh. Well, it's not like Stream can see it.
It's a matter of principle.
Fine. Problem is, if I stream OBS directly, it won't show the chat, which is annoying. You know what I mean?
Understand.
Yes, I noticed you're back, Kayana. Anyway. Oh, one of the most powerful characters in MLP is Lord Chaos. He uses chaos magic. Okay, I'm not talking about that kind of chaos magic. Now, I'm not talking about Discord from MLP. No, chaos magic in Marvel is different thing. Kayana's messaging me again. Okay. Love you, dude. Anyway. Chaos magic in Marvel was a different thing entirely. Basically, Fox, what do you know about probability?
Probability is an interesting thing.
What if you had the ability to see every possible way that a certain thing could turn out? Every single possible outcome. Not just probable, every single possible outcome. And then pick which outcome you wanted and go with that. And imagine if you could do that subconsciously every single moment of every single day. That is Scarlet Witch's power.
That is impressive.
She literally affects probability on a fundamental level to the point where she alters reality by sheer chance, by manipulating the laws of probability and chance. And I want to be clear, she directly chooses what timelines to go down, effectively. That's the main application of chaos magic. Chaos magic is about the chaotic nature of probability. And yeah, it's directly affected by it.
I didn't actually think of it like that.
Yeah, that's why she's so ridiculously strong. Because she's in a universe where literal magic and gods exist. So, what's the odds that, for example, a random god would just smite you from existence right now? She can make that happen. Just because, oh, there's a possibility of it happening, so she can make it happen. Regardless of how slim the possibility is. If it's possible, she can make it happen. That's why she seems to have such powerful reality warping on a multiversal scale. Because she can affect probability on a multiversal scale. Because keep in mind, it's like, okay, now imagine, oh, she's doing that for her own universe. No, she's not just doing that for the area around her. She's not just doing that for the entire universe. She's doing that across the entire multiverse at once. Subconsciously, without her actively having to think about it. That's why WandaVision happened. Because she wanted a certain thing.
It up.
She wanted a certain thing to happen so badly that reality bent and twisted and bowed down to her effectively.
That's legit why I brought it up.
Yeah.
She is so powerful, she legit negated the effect of Vision's death and her brother's death.
Yeah, not only that, she forced him to become human. It's like the WandaVision that we saw. The Wanda in the Marvel movies is still very strong, but she has like a nerf version of her main comic book counterpart's power. Her main comic book counterpart has way more control over it than the actual movie version. Which is really interesting.
It's as interesting as it is terrifying.
Yeah. And there's actually a canonical reason for that, too. It's because of the fact that she's a multiverse singularity, meaning all other versions of her draw power from the mainline version. That includes the movie version. So the movie version is drawing her power from the mainline comic book version of it. Like, quite literally. That's why it's seemingly weaker. Is because since you're pulling it from another source, you don't get the 100% from that source. You know what I mean? It's like that whole emanations downward thing. Sorry, go ahead.
I get that.
Yeah. So, that's just really interesting stuff. I'm a big comic book nerd, so this is stuff I'm really into and knowledgeable about. Part of why I like D&D, because I can introduce weird things in here. That's why some stuff that Zokurai thinks are like super crazy and not knowing why I come up with, I come up with all the time because I'm used to comic book logic. So I don't mind just sprinkling in random stuff that doesn't seem to make sense, but then actually does make sense later. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, he's like, how did you come up with this? I'm just creative, I guess. Serta says, yes, it makes it cool and terrifying at the same time. I don't remember the last time I felt like that about any fictional character. Right? Because how do you fight that? Exactly. That throws traditional power scaling out the window. Because traditional power scaling, when it comes to fighting a character against another character, is about who would win most often. But her power inherently makes it so that if it's possible for her to win, then she wins every time. So how... Basically, she either loses completely or wins completely. And there's nothing in between, which is kind of strange. Unless you pit her against another character who can also manipulate probability at the same level. Which, the only other fictional character I can think of that comes close is Yugioh from Bleach. And that's about it.
Yugioh.
I'd say that's a fair comparison. When you'd say, Fox? With this almighty, as he calls it. To quote Surtur from before, this is like sticking a Naruto Shippuden boss inside of a game based off of Part 1 Naruto, in terms of power scaling difference between Scarlet Witch and most other characters that exist. You would basically need a being that completely transcends the multiverse for them to be unaffected by her power. Unless they're literally immune to probability manipulation, in which case... Maybe they're not affected. Twelve was the city. Dropping more, stuff about flood. Sure, top leave fixed. Which Naruto boss? Oh, in Naruto Shippuden Ultimate, Naruto Uzumaki Chronicles 2, Itachi and Kasame show up as characters that are like secret optional bosses in the Kakashi saga that you could fight as Kakashi and Guy. And they're characters that only ever really fought in Shippuden. And most of the cast of Naruto Uzumaki Chronicles 2 is like kid Naruto and stuff. Like early tuning exams characters. So you're sticking Shippuden bosses against people who are still supposed to be in the tuning exams. So, yeah. That's the Naruto bosses I'm talking about. Also, Kayana, just for reference, I defended Sakura yesterday. I'm sure you'll be happy about that.
3 times.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell my wife likes Sakura, given the fact that she has a profile picture with Sakura on it. That's who that
I
character
hate
is.
my mind for not making the connections that was Sakura.
Huh? Yep, that's Sakura. Yep, as you said, damn straight up. Because those people that are like, oh, could the Raikage, could Sakura beat the Raikage? And I made it very clear why Sakura would win that fight every time. And I even explained it to you and Surtur. And you both got it. Wait, I know that Surtur got. Do you remember what the argument was?
I got it.
Fox?
I think I literally just joked about how at the end of Shippuden she's basically a paladin.
Yeah. Well, no, she's more than just a paladin. She's like... She's crazy. But the argument I basically said is, okay, Fox, what do you know? Do you know a lot about Naruto?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think that late War Arc Sakura could beat 5 Kage Summit Sasuke?
Yes.
Okay. Then that means that the late War Arc Sakura could beat the Raikage, because 5 Kage Summit Sasuke beat the Raikage. That's my argument there, is because, oh, could she beat this character? Yes? Well, this character beat that character, so she can also beat that character then. And yeah, Sakura is no slouch. There's a lot of people that she scales above. She practically scales to War Arc, Naruto, and Sasuke. Which, they're like the top tiers of the Naruto, of the Shinobi Alliance at that point. Or among the top tiers. So, and I'm not going to give too many details there because Surtur is watching. But, yeah, that's not really that much of a spoiler. I figured the main characters are going to get strong.
I literally just said it right there. The thing about Sakura, she literally just turns into someone that's always in love, to just someone that just basically turns into a very epic fighter and healer.
Yeah, she casually punches a mountain-sized crater. I always bring that up because how do you refute that? He punched a mountain-sized crater in the ground and sent people flying.
She has one of my favorite character arcs in the show.
Yeah, one of mine too. Not my favorite, but one of my favorites. She's definitely in my top 3 favorite character arcs in the show. Actually, top 4. Sorry, top 4. She's 4th on my list of favorite character arcs. The ones above those being Obito, Naruto, and a tie between Sasuke and Itachi. With Madara being just beneath her in terms of character arc. That's my top 5. Diana says, it bothers me that there's so much hate on Sasuke and Sakura, because no one knows the truth of them, that they're not the hated characters. If you read their character development and what is showed, you can see why Sasuke is why he is and how he is, and why Sakura is how she is. Yeah, exactly. You can see perfectly why they are the way that they are. It's not out of nowhere. It's not dumb.
I like how she starts. The character basically of her starts out that she's heartbroken, and she's like, "I'm gonna do things my own way."
Right, and she's also searching for love. That was one of her big things early on, but that's because she was a young teenager, and that's what young teenagers do. It's like, hello, did people forget how young teenagers act? She was a romantic. That happens. And if you look at Mr. and Mrs. Uchiha Starry Heaven, I don't know what that is. Grochek says, I can't remember the name, but there was a manga series where this bubbly high school girl was able to reshape reality based on her desire. She literally brought advanced alien civilizations into existence because she believed in UFOs. Sorry, you were saying, Fox?
So I was just laughing at that. I was just like, "Oh yeah, just a bubbly high school person." Yeah, that just reshape reality.
Right. Isn't that like that one, isn't that one story where they're trying actively to make her not realize that she has powers or something? Or am I thinking of a different show?
Oh, that's an episode?
Third says, I don't remember doing that as a teenager. Well, yeah, but one, you're not a girl, and two, you also were atypical. You okay?
I just like how you worded that. Not the fact that you're not in anime, not the fact that you're not a girl, so you can't reshape reality.
I wasn't talking about reshaping reality. I was talking about being a romantic. But yeah, you're not romantic because one, you're not a girl, and two, you're different than most people.
Men can be romantics too. I bring up the cook from Naruto. Not the cook from Naruto, the cook from One Piece.
Oh yeah, I know that men can be romantics. I mean, Sanji's a perfect example of that. I'm saying they aren't typically when they're teenagers. Serta says, I haven't seen the full war arc, so I don't know yet how she scales that high, but I vaguely remember some power scaler explaining something about most of her chakra being stored away, and thus she basically had to spend most of Shippuden suppressed. Yes. Keep in mind, Fox, Surtur hasn't gotten to that part yet.
So I'm just seeing what Kayana posted in voice.
Yeah, and I'm currently going to read that now. I was just reading Twitch chat first. I'll go ahead and read this. It bothers me with the hate on Sasuke and Sakura. Because no one knows the truth on them, they're not hated characters. If you read their character development, what is showed, you can see why Sasuke is why he is how he is, and why Sakura is how she is. If you look at Mr. and Mrs. Uchiha Stay Heaven, it's their side stories. That shows proof of what they are in their relationship. Not only that, they end up being in Boruto. In episode where Sasuke and Sakura go on a mission together, Sasuke has been yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to say some of that because of spoilers for Surtur. I don't know if Surtur cares about the romantic relationships of Naruto characters.
True.
But yeah, it's not just the fact that
the side stories.
It's not just the fact that they don't read the side stories, though. Most people don't read subcontext, is the issue. First off, a lot of people don't take into account context, but then second off, a lot of people don't try to read the subtext. Which is incredibly annoying. Grochek says, unfortunately, I have to run and take care of some items, including some additional mod testing. So I wanted to say good luck, have fun. Okay, take care, Grochek. See you around. Stretchy. Yeah. If you don't know, by the way, concerning this, she has a very strong feeling that I was Sasuke in a past life. Which I personally agree with, but I have no way to prove that, so. I don't know what your opinion is on that. Fox?
Ah. I dropped my laptop for a second.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Grojek left. Surtur's still in the chat. And we got sidetracked talking about Naruto. That's fine. This is mainly just a chill hangout thing, so. May attacks the worm. May kills the worm. But yeah, oh, to get into what I was saying. Yeah, most people don't read context, and most people don't read subcontext, or also known as subtext. You know, I'm pretty sure you know what subtext is, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the
Reading
implications.
between the lines.
Yeah, the implications and meanings for why people do the things that they do. You know, for example, it's like, okay, look at the great example of this is the conflict between Sasuke and Itachi. It's like, we know Sasuke hates Itachi, we know Itachi did all these things, blah, 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 but we don't know, but what a lot of people don't stop to think is why Itachi did the things he did. Like, why is Sasuke acting the way he's acting? You know. Yeah, Surtur says he is terrible reading subtext. Which is very much true. It's a skill I've had to learn. And yeah, basically subtext is all about why people are doing the things that they're doing. And is also about reading the hidden messages inside of actions and words. And when you do that, and you actually analyze characters from that sort of standpoint, their motivations start making a lot more sense. For example, the dynamic... let's bring up another example that's more in the forefront that a lot of people can talk about, and that's the reason why Talk No Jutsu exists in Naruto. Are you aware of this one?
Yes.
Do you want to explain it, Fox?
No, you can do it.
Okay. So, the reason why Naruto tries to talk down every enemy he fights against, is for a very good reason. And it's not literally every enemy. There's 2 or 3 different videos on this subject from a YouTube creator that is quite good at this, so he'll be able to explain far better than I can. However, in case you haven't watched those, or in case you don't want spoilers for the series, like Surtur, I'll paraphrase. So, basically, Naruto, one of the themes of the show Naruto is it's a lot about ideals, core beliefs, and how those beliefs conflict with the beliefs of others. If we look at Naruto himself, his core beliefs are formed in the Land of Waves arc. Specifically when they have to fight the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. And Kakashi ends up fighting Zabuza. And that core belief is that ninjas mean a lot more than just... Ninjas mean a lot more than just soldiers. They're a lot more than just tools to use in war. They are real people and should actually be cared about. And he will find a way to bring peace to the world in his own way. His own ninja way. And that was a core belief of Naruto from that point onwards. And then we get to his fight with Neji, which is the first time he's actually faced an opponent who is ideologically opposed to him. and specifically Neji, has the ideological opposition of might makes right, and the lower class should automatically serve the upper class, irregardless of capability. Now, the way that Naruto was able to conquer Neji was not through force, though yes, he did a few tricks, but by pointing out Neji's inconsistency in his own belief. Do you know what Neji's inconsistency in his own belief was? He himself bullied around Hinata, despite the fact that Hinata was a higher class person besides himself. He said that lower class people should automatically serve upper class, when he himself is a lower class person who was bullying around an upperclassman. He treated himself like an upperclassman despite the fact that he isn't and wasn't one, and that's the inherent contradiction in his belief. Though, for anyone who saw the series, that contradiction is blatantly obvious. As time goes on, they become more and more subtle and hard to find. Let's get to his fight with Gaara. So, the fight with Gaara. What is Gaara's belief? Do you know?
Sand dude.
It's the sand dude, yeah.
I'm trying to think.
I brought it up, kinda, because that helps explain some of the subtext of why you and I care so much about Sakura and Sasuke. She was asking why I brought up the past life thing in a stream, and that's why. I'm just normally scared to bring it up. Because I'm scared how people will react and think. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I'm going to use heal 3 because, well, no, heal 2. Use heal 2 because she's heavily hurt. Oh. Alright, so Gaara. And then, I'm trying to remember what Gaara's philosophy is. I forget offhand. I know that Gaara was raised alone, effectively, where he was forced to be born with a demon inside of him. And he didn't have a choice, and he was actively outcasted by the entire village that he was in, and he was just treated like a weapon. So, he viewed himself as a weapon, and effectively and he had to kill people for his own survival. And so he viewed other people as petty and ignorant and weak. And he viewed killing as the way to get what you want. I don't think I'm actually getting that correct. I'm trying to remember. But I know that the inherent contradiction in his argument was the fact that, now I remember. Gaara's belief was the fact that love is a lie, and that love is just poison. That there is no such thing as real love. That love is just an excuse for people to betray you and backstab you later. That's just, it's an excuse for people to use you. The inherent contradiction, of course, in that is to truly hate something, you need to have known love before. What real love is, for you to actually hate something. And considering the fact that he hated the world, that means at some point he knew what love felt like. So he knows that that's not what love is. And Naruto pointed out this contradiction to him in their fight. And as it goes for every single fight in Naruto, in the Naruto series, where every single fight that Naruto participates in, there's a moral standing that the opponent has that is opposed to Naruto's own views, and he points out the contradiction in their views. Though over time, it gets more and more difficult to do this, and eventually, when we get to people like Pain and Obito and Madara, then they start to get philosophies that more and more resemble twisted versions of Naruto's own philosophy, and they start challenging him on his own contradictions. In addition to him challenging them, Naruto starts to question himself. You want to know who was the first person to break Naruto's confidence in his own beliefs?
Isn't it Gaara?
No. That was Sasuke.
Huh.
You remember when Sasuke showed up for the first time in Shippuden?
Yes.
And Team 7, aka Sakura, Naruto, and Kakashi were all standing in the bottom of a crater. And Sasuke was standing above them at the edge of the crater, looking down at all of them. And he was so far beyond their power that they literally couldn't see him move until he appeared next to Naruto with his arm around Naruto's shoulder. And Naruto tried to challenge him and bring him back to the village. Except Naruto failed to acknowledge Sasuke's viewpoint as valid. His viewpoint as to why he left the village. And as such, he was not trying to understand. Naruto was just trying to impress his beliefs onto others, which is not the right way to do things, and thus that is why Naruto lost that moral battle against Sasuke. Not just because of the power gap, but also because Naruto inherently was not following his own rules. He was not seeking to understand the philosophy of his opponent. He was instead just trying to put his own philosophy onto Sasuke, because he felt he already understood Sasuke's philosophy when he did not. And he didn't bother to think about the fact that Sasuke's philosophy could have changed over time. Which obviously it did. So that was the first thing that completely broke Naruto's confidence. Not only the power difference, but the fact that he had absolutely no effect on Sasuke in any regard. And that he was just morally wrong in that situation. Does that make sense?
This does.
Yeah, and that's when we get the whole Naruto not thinking he's good enough thing. That's when we get into that whole thing, which eventually leads to the fight with Kakazu and him developing the Rasengan. And even after the fight with Kakazu and developing the Rasengan and using it, he still feels he's inferior to Sasuke. Even at that point. It takes, I believe, a few more arcs for him to finally snap out of that.
Aha!
What was that?
Just said aha.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm starting to get a headache, so I am going to go get some water, and because I am thirsty. I'll be back. Also, when did Kayana leave?
Just left now.
Oh. Okay, I just happened to notice that she left.
Oh, her headphones died.
Ah, okay. That's fine. I will be right back. I am going to go get some more water. I'm back.
Come back.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh. So yeah. And I'm down to 1 viewer. That's fine.
Yeah, perfectly fine, perfectly fine.
Yeah. I bet you that 1 viewer is Surtur.
Probably is.
Unless Surtur left. So yeah. That was my brief little rant on some context. And stuff.
Okay.
Yep. Sorry. Is there anything you want to talk about?
Oh, so far I'm good.
I'm just tired. Part of me wants to end the stream early, and then part of me's like, why? You're tired, so what? You know? I'm like, is being tired really a reason to end the stream? I can't argue with myself about, no, I don't think it is. Because what? It's not like I'd be laying down to sleep for. I'd probably just be working on tables. Which, you know, if I'd just be sitting on my computer working on tables anyway, then I might as well be streaming. You know what I mean? So yeah. Okay. Is there anything else you want to... Did you ever think of any ideas that you want to add to the table, by the way?
I'm thinking.
I have an idea. So, if I ever get through this entire battle without someone leveling up or dying in this session, then I'm going to end the session there after the battle, and we'll just spend the rest of the stream hanging out talking about D&D. And specifically, we'll be going over the new homebrew materials that I'm going to be
Yes,
adding
because
in.
there's actually some things I want to talk to you more in private,
Oh, you want to talk to me in private?
if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Did you want to do that right now?
No. On a rush, man.
Okay, so after the stream, you mean?
What the hell?
Yeah, it's fine.
I don't think I'm going to stupid.
The other thing you had written up
Yeah,
what?
this to you.
Didn't hear what you said. Fox, what did you say? I didn't hear what you said.
Said I'm gonna just DM you what I found so stupid.
Okay. Go ahead, DM it to me. Let me check this DM. Oh, yeah, that needs to be fixed.
I found it so stupid when I looked at them. Like, why are they the exception if they're the epitome of them?
Right. So, no, that needs to be fixed, just like how Moonstone needed to be fixed as well. Well, you have access to the stat blocks, you can fix it. I don't have access to Roll20 right now, else I would.
Just wanted to bring it up to see if I was able to. I just wanted your, it's like the Moonstone being able to breathe underwater. I just want to ask you first.
You are fully allowed to go change that, because yes, that is stupid. That should be the case.
I know, it's just you're the main DM. I just didn't want to undermine you.
Yes. Thank you. I'm glad you brought it up. And yeah, you're fully allowed.
So much the theme.
Oh, speaking of the whole main DM thing, if you read older editions, you're gonna notice a weird dynamic, and especially if you read the first Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Dungeon Master Guide, because there's a very strange dynamic in there where it says, and this is a paraphrase quote, but it basically says that players should not be allowed to read the Dungeon Master's Guide.
Is that an actual item?
Is what an actual item?
When you describe it, sounds like it's an actual item.
No, I'm talking about the Dungeon Master's Guide, aka the book. The real life book.
Why shouldn't they be able to read it?
Back in the original Advanced Dungeons and Dragons, and especially, it started to get less intense later on, but back in the day, there was like a clear they talked about a clear separation between players and dungeon masters, where they talked about the fact of, players will go hounding after anyone who's willing to be a dungeon master, and you need to be able to, I think they even have a direct quote of saying, you need to put up with the unwashed masses of players when carving these elegant worlds. And I'm like, really? That makes dungeon masters out to sound pretentious. And I'm not kidding, that was printed in the first Dungeon Master Guide.
What?
They were encouraging people to have that sort of mindset, that the Dungeon Master back then was encouraged to be a superior to the players. And they fixed that over time, but that was back in first edition. Also, what a time for Surtur to walk in. Hello.
And yeah,
Oh,
we're laughing. We laugh at the whole DM versus player idea, but I feel it was literally written as such in the very first version.
It was literally written verbatim that yes, DMs are supposed to be superior to players, and players should not be allowed to read the Dungeon Master's Guide. Because, and I quote, it would ruin much of the magic and mystery of the game. What, for them to know the rules? Okay,
For them to know when
knowing the rules of a game ruins the magic and mystery of it. Okay.
Yes, don't tell the soccer players they're not allowed to pick the ball with their hands.
Right. They just have to listen to what the referee says, and they just have to trust that he knows what the rules actually are.
Yeah.
The players aren't allowed to know the rules. It's only the Dungeon Master that's allowed to know the rules. Like, really?
My favorite is, I don't remember if that was from that book, but I do remember an old book at least. They like, for this thing, refer to this specific table on chapter 3. So I'm just like, of the DM's guys, I'm like, if it happened, what the DM like pulls off his book, opens the page and says, you can look at this page, and just slaps his hand on the other page.
Right. On my tablet, I'm pulling up the original, video, a certain video that I think you'll either enjoy or hate, Fox, depending on your reaction. And it's someone doing a reading of the first Dungeon Master's Guide. And yeah, like the first 30 minutes to an hour of it, I think is all I really care about you seeing, because your God, the amount of pretentiousness in that.
you know what? I would actually argue, but no.
Yeah. I know that you'll either love it or hate it, one of the two. I don't know which. I know I couldn't watch past like 2 hours, and then after that I was like, yeah, this is not how D&D is anymore. This is not how I care about D&D. You know, it's that whole thing of you look at the older editions with rose-tinted glasses, because you think, oh, nostalgic for the ways it was back then, and then you realize, oh wait, it kind of sucked back then. You ever have that?
I can get that.
My dad talks about that sometimes when his dad always said like, oh, things are so much better in the old country, blah, blah, blah. We didn't have to deal with all these things that America has, blah, blah, blah. And my dad always brought
Their
up...
own issues.
And my dad always brought up to Grandpa was, dude, you left the old country because it sucked. You left for America because America was better. If the old country was better, then move back there.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Right? Why are you booing him? He's
saying,
right.
Нами на оперативне взято на глава на попа и взято на знает.
What?
Russian.
She literally just means, find out where you need to go, take your head out of your ass first.
Okay, you were just reciting a phrase that's common there, okay.
It's like when you start speaking French.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to do it often, but yeah, sometimes I do. Don't remember the last time I did it. Guess I got better at it.
What's a common French phrase for like get your head out of your ass? I want to hear what it sounds like.
I don't think that we have really a saying that we say like get your head out of your ass or something like that.
Well,
That's
you know what
close
that
to it.
you know what that phrase means, right?
Not exactly, no.
It means stop being an idiot and actually pay attention, or something like that.
To be fair, in Russian, we also have our own phrase for asshole, which is popasruchka, which literally is a butt with a handle.
That's why I like Russian. It's great to swear in.
Usually, when I hear most often to pay attention and stop pretending like everything is doing okay, it's more like arrête de faire l'autruche, stop being an ostrich, basically, stop imitating the ostrich or something like that.
That's literally, that's basically get your head out of your ass thing.
Yeah.
Oh, now I remember one from Old America.
What?
Now I remember one from Old America, which is get your head out of your ass and put a shoe in your mouth, which basically says, oh, stop being an idiot, pay attention, and shut up. Put a shoe in your mouth. Hasn't been used in so long, but it's still a very descriptive one.
Yeah. Man.
Anyway, I posted the video thing list of the reading of AD&D.
I'm glad we. Oh.
I was just gonna say, to his credit, Questing Beast does read it very well, and he even agrees that the stuff that he's reading in there is completely backwards compared to modern DMing, where we try to encourage players to do dungeon mastery nowadays. But yeah, anyway, go ahead, sir.
I'm glad we ended up talking about Naruto so much, because it ended up reminding me that Naruto is like one of the only shows that I just had to stop at some point, because at some point it got heavy and philosophical and all that. Yeah. I think the best example that I can remember quickly was, remember my reaction after the whole like Rock Lee and Gaara fight was done. I basically had to take a like 3-day break from it.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember you just kept talking about that fight, because that is one of the most pivotal fights.
Yeah, because it both hit me in terms of, holy shit, that's a good fight, but also all the context and the ideas clashing and
Yeah, that was one of the few cases in Naruto where the subtext became actual text. Like, the subtext that was normally there became actually obviously visible.
yeah.
Yeah. And then the second, and for me, the one that hit me the hardest was the Naruto and Pain fight.
I don't think it hit me as much personally.
My pain is greater than yours! Sorry, you were saying, Fox?
I'm already watching the video.
Okay.
But yeah, that one hit me in particular because I don't know if Fox knows it, but I'll say it anyways for the stream. Because I'm really big on equality things.
Mm-hmm.
And as such, it kind of hit me of like, hey, sometimes biology sucks, basically.
Right. Sometimes you're just kind of screwed over because you're born different. Not just because of the situation, but because just genes and biology.
Yeah, and in general, you know, I think most people in general get taught that basically who the person is, their race, gender, whatever, religion doesn't really matter, at least not as much as what they themselves do, but yeah, that one got me thinking a bit.
Right, because they actually play more of a big factor than people think, and sadly, it does kind of prove one unfortunate point in that not everyone is born equally.
Yeah.
Not to say in like a bad way of, oh, you can't conquer your flaws, but like, some people are just born with more flaws than others, and it's an unfortunate part of reality.
Yeah, some people are just born with something not working well.
Right, like for Guy and Mike Lee, I can't remember his name.
Rockley.
Rockley. For Rockley and Mike Guy, sorry, for them it's ninjutsu deficiency, where they can't do ninjutsu or genjutsu. But for someone else, it might be like, oh, their right arm doesn't exactly work, or they're born with like Asperger's syndrome, or whatever.
Yep.
Yep.
And yeah. It's always weird to me when I don't know where the line is for real life stuff, but I'm struggling to know where something becomes acceptable, because sometimes two things coming from the same source are going to have very different visions in society, and I don't get why.
Well, it's all based on what's the normal for that given area and group of people. Which
because
know that's something that you don't personally understand, normal. And normal is a hard thing to understand, yes.
yes. And usually I just try to make sure the logic doesn't contradict itself, and if it's close and I want to know, okay, what makes these different enough so that one is okay, the other isn't?
Right.
I'll go with the most recent example I think I've given on anything about how society views different aspects of you. For example, if somebody was to give you more power or more money directly because of the race that you inherited from your parents, most people would agree that this is bad.
Oh, here we go. Okay.
You want me to finish that thought, or know where I'm going?
I see exactly where you're going, and let's not talk about that right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Basically, people being born with more money or less money because their parents had it and their kids inherited.
Yes, in both cases you don't control them, so why would one be seen as bad, but the other is accepted, and basically how society works.
Right. And that's
Sorry, I wasn't supposed to say it, and I said it anyways.
Right, and I feel, now that I'm thinking about it again, I feel one of the reasons why is because one of those your parents have control over, and the other one even your parents don't have control over. Like, for example, your race, you don't have control over the race that you're born with, but neither does your parents have control over the race that you're born with.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, they have control over the money that you get as you grow up.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess that's the only difference I can think of between those two.
Yeah, which to me personally, it's not enough because it's not you that's in control and it's another person.
Right, but it's the person who has responsibility over you. Because there's that whole thing too of parents automatically inherit responsibility and control over their kid until their kid reaches a certain age, which is a whole different moral quandary.
But yeah, that's a big can of worms that I never really understand.
Yeah, and to be fair, I don't fully understand it either, and I think that's part of the point, is it's one of those things about human society that just inherently doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but usually we want to... I mean, I don't know about you, but in school and most classes, when we were in most classes, when we would have arguments, we would try to make it have logical sense, you know?
Right. Yeah.
So we're being taught that logic matters, and we get shoved into a system where where sometimes logic seems to not be a part of it.
Yep, and we know what happens when someone tells you that something matters and then something contradicts it later, looking at you terms and conditions.
Oh my god, the stories. I probably told it on stream at this point.
Yes, you have. You told it on stream twice.
Got banned very quickly.
Yeah, you saw how bad it gets, Rox. The first edition D&D book.
So I'm like, at first I'm like, oh, this is not that bad. Then I'm like, oh.
You want to repeat what that quote was if you had to read out? For the stream to hear.
I want to read it. What the hell?
Right. But it's like it's like some horrible stuff.
It's literally just like, oh yeah, you have your ultimate god here.
Yeah. I'm not kidding. The Dungeon Master Guide basically says that, oh, you're the god of this world. They're just in your world. You have more authority than they ever did, sort of thing. That's how the first Dungeon Master's Guide is worded, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just really, it's like, ew. It's icky.
Yeah, it's like...
Worse and worse and worse.
Yeah, it gets worse, because they double down and then triple down on it.
You do more than just... There's literally a section of forcing romances.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
There's a section talking about forcing romance on your player characters, even if they don't want it.
Okay.
Yeah, about how you control NPC relationships, including PC relationships.
I thought the N and NPC meant something. That's all I'm going to say about that.
It means non-player. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, you control the non-player character, including the player characters. Well, they're not a part of the group at all. Why do you say including?
Right, well, because back then, it was under the opinion that the Dungeon Master was the ultimate authority on all the characters, not just the NPCs back then.
Here's one thing that literally just made me annoyed.
Oh?
You just nullify the player's decision, so like, ultimately, the player could just go, oh, I revived myself, I'm fully alive, I'm not dead anymore. You could just no. You could just say no.
It's like, oh, the spell failed. Why? I don't need to give a reason.
I cast True Resurrection. Oh, this doesn't work anymore.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah.
That's the attitude they were encouraging Dungeon Masters to have back then, and it's toxic as hell.
Well, I would encourage that Dungeon Master to go write a book instead.
Probably more shared control. Just everyone has equal right to share, to like shape things as they see.
That's entirely separate to how D&D 5th, the book says now in 5th edition. Because the books now in 5th edition basically say that you are a referee for everything that goes on. You are a player in the game as much as the players are. You know, you're there to help make sure everyone's having fun. That's how the modern 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide reads, basically.
That's how I literally view the relationship. I literally just say, hey, Bug, can I do this? And you're like, sure, or no.
Yeah. I'm just here to make sure everyone's following the rules and everyone's having fun, which is the purpose of a referee. And that everyone's participating. That's the other thing I'm supposed to do.
Just like the idea of having fun.
Yeah. That's why sometimes, if you guys are all having a conversation together in roleplay, I'll occasionally chime in and say, Sortu, what is your character doing? Or Surtur, what is your character doing? Because they haven't actually chimed in a while, and I recognize that. So I'm like, okay, well, how did your character react? Some time has elapsed.
Which, with Zokrai being in voice and being not being in voice chat, sorry, I. so it can be pretty helpful because typing takes a lot longer. So sometimes.
Yeah. That's also a detriment for Midnight since he doesn't want to speak extra cool.
Yeah, and also I sometimes forget to read the text field. And if I don't read it, then what's the odds that people on stream are going to read it?
Yeah.
Especially if because that's why I occasionally remind people in the voice call to read the Roll20 chat.
Yeah, I mean, I feel with like, 6 players, 7 players that we're in when we play, normally one catches on that Zokrai said something, even if you don't catch it, but yeah.
The one major thing that I noticed that's gonna have the Ace and Midnight and doing with Raiju and Dracul, Dracul just casually play cards with Ace. Dracul just casually play cards with Raiju.
Yeah, and then it's even more so when you consider the fact that Zokurai doesn't just have to run his own character, he also has to run Dread, which is his familiar. aka his little homunculus buddy. He also has to roleplay for Dread on top of roleplaying for his own character.
Mm-hmm.
Which doubles the amount of time it takes, effectively. Which is why, on occasion, I've just ran for Dread instead. But he asked me recently if I would not do that. And I'm like, okay, but it's going to slow things down. And he's like, I know that. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Right? Outside of combat, I don't care if it's slow. Because outside of combat, time doesn't directly matter.
The 110 rule effect of what's going to happen next session.
Will the... what was the question?
Will the 110 rule affect session 4?
Yes. It's specifically the 120 rule.
Okay.
We're keeping it at 1 to 20. So 2 minutes is every 6 seconds.
I was just asking to see if that was also conversing with each other.
Yeah, also, wait, I realized that... No, actually... 71 minutes every... No, actually, no, it's not, because 60 seconds in a minute, right. So yeah, no. That is 1 to 20. For some reason I thought the math was wrong, but then I assumed for a second that there's 100 seconds in a minute. There's not.
Yeah. If everyone made it to pretty well last session, maybe we could have dropped it closer to 110, but we had a few times where people got to pretty much the end of the 2 minutes. They still barely knew what they were doing, so I feel it would be too. Yeah. I'm surprised that I'm not the one that struggled the most with that rule, honestly.
Damn!
it was only the second session that I was doing, so I was like, okay, I'm probably going to struggle a lot with that. I'm probably going to run off the timer like twice in combat at least, and no, it was fine.
Yeah. It's only a few people who get nervous under pressure that really happens with, like Sawtooth, for example. And also, a certain character in my other group also has that problem.
Okay.
Yeah, also, if you haven't noticed, by the way, I disbanded the bleeding rules because they were way too much for me to try and manage.
Yeah.
So that would be a little convoluted when like taking account certain things.
It's a little convoluted when you take into account having like 100 NPCs on a map and having to keep track of each individual one based off their HP, especially when Roll20 is lagging, so I can't accurately account for their HP properly, and I have to do it separately on the Discord tab, which it was last session. Then again, I will say, Surtur, that last session of Oncoming Storm, not with you guys, but with the other group, honestly came close to being scuffed as the Naruto Uzumaki stream.
Oh god.
You want to know why?
Why?
Turns out for the first 3.5 hours, no one in Twitch could hear my voice.
Oh.
Yeah, no. The people in the Discord call could hear my voice, but Twitch couldn't. It took someone showing up and mentioning, oh hey, Bug, we can't hear you. I was like, what? And then I checked, and my OBS mute microphone wasn't registering my microphone for some reason. And so when I fixed that, it's like, oh hey, so only the last half hour can you actually hear me. And
god.
So the rest of the time, people were reacting to what I was saying, but they weren't hearing what I was saying, but Twitch couldn't hear what I was saying. So there's long points of awkward silence as players are listening. It goes like, yeah, well, yeah, that's why I want to do this. It's clear that they're reacting to me saying something, but the Twitch chat can't hear it.
Yeah.
That's why I said it came close to being as scuffed, but...
Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't work well when you can't hear the DM.
Right. At least the players could hear me. That's the good part.
Yeah.
Though, to be granted, if the players couldn't hear me, it probably would have been resolved a lot quicker. The only reason why it wasn't resolved quickly is because, number one, the players could hear me just fine, and number two, no one was talking in voice chat for Twitch. So no one was talking in Twitch chat.
Yeah. I know I wasn't there because I want to avoid potential spoilers, so I didn't bother to show up that day, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, the only one who showed up was Flame, actually.
And me.
And you.
Just because I got curious.
Yeah. Sorry, we got sidetracked. What were we talking about?
Don't know anymore.
Oh, right. We were talking about dungeon mastering in advanced D&D and how weirdly that's worded. And we were talking about morality and stuff, too. Ooh. Freeze does do bonus damage to a Hellhound. Good to know.
Neat.
But yeah, back
At
in
least
the original...
fires... Oh, sorry.
Sorry, go ahead.
At least in this game, Hellhounds still take damage from fire spells. I think resisted damage, basically, but
Yeah.
they still do. I remember playing that arcade D&D game and encountering a Hellhound for the first time with a wizard. There were two, so I figured, hey, that's a good time for an area of effect spell. Let's cast Fireball. I didn't know what the Hellhound was, and nothing happened.
Hounds are interesting.
Because, I mean, it's a wizard. Of course he's gonna cast Fireball.
I'm gonna
What?
see one thing. I'm curious now.
I said, because you're a wizard, so of course you're gonna cast Fireball.
Weirdly enough, in that game specifically, there were class names, but I wasn't a wizard. The class name was Elf. I don't get it.
I don't get it either.
You're
There was-
multi-classing already. You're an alpha sorcerer.
there was cleric, warrior, rogue, and elf. Those were the classes.
Yeah, I'm an elf wizard. Oh, so your class is wizard. No, my class is elf. My race is wizard.
My race is a wizard.
Welcome to D&D. All elves are magical now.
Right. What's your race? Wizard. Wait, what? Yes, I'd like to be a wizard barbarian, please. So, shall we talk? I want to actually talk about a fun fact from Dungeons and Dragons. So, do you know there are 2 spells in D&D 5e today whose wording are nearly unchanged from the first edition of D&D? And they've been in the game through every single edition.
I think I know of one.
Oh, which one?
Magic missile.
Yes. And the other one is the shield spell, the one closely tied to Magic Missile.
Makes sense. The counter to magic missile.
Yep. That's part of the reason why shield boosts your AC by 5, by the way, is because back then AC went a lot higher. But they didn't bother to change it for 5e, so shield became a lot better in 5e than it was back in the day. Because back then, equipping a physical shield would give you a +5 to AC. Even though in 5th edition now, it only gives you a +2. However, yes, the Magic Missile spell pretty much had the same properties through every single edition of D&D, despite all of the rules radically changing from edition to edition. That spell
And
is
it's a pretty unique spell on top of that because of the whole can't miss thing.
Right. Now, some people might say, what about Fireball? Well, Fireball has existed from first edition of D&D. However, it has changed quite a bit over time. Both in what level it actually is, but also how much damage it does and how its area of effect is actually applied. In fact, Magic Missile completely predates D&D, believe it or not.
Really?
It's from a different system called, I believe, like Might and Sorcery or something like that, and it's a system that D&D was based off of. And in that system, there was 2 different kinds of spells. There's 2 different kinds of attacks on each other, because you got, like, there was a movement phase, where everyone moved, and then there's the melee phase, and then there was the missile phase, where you used missiles, which are things like, bows, spears, and magic. And so one of the things that you could do is cast Magic Missile, which back then was either bolts of force, bolts of lightning, or bolts of fire. Or a fireball.
Pretty much every range attack was a missile, basically.
Except not the heavy-duty ones, because the heavy-duty ones were in the 3rd phase, known as the artillery phase.
Oh, okay.
That's when you get, like, the really big area of effect ones, like, the fireball we know nowadays, or, like, cannon fire, or, sound guns, like really big, powerful sound guns, stuff like that. That's when you get...
Sound gun.
Yeah. Look at you, noise marines. Either way, so yes, Magic Missile actually predates that, and the reason why it has missile in the name is an allusion back to that old system where any sort of ranged attack was referred to as a missile attack.
Huh.
Yep. But yeah, from first edition D&D, I believe it still reads, the spellcaster unerringly conjures a series of forceful darts that unerringly find their way to their target, dealing 1d4 plus 1 damage per dart. The caster can make a number of darts equal to the amount of at a base level of 3 and more as they pour more experience into the shot. or something like that. Because that was back when you could pour casting levels into a shot to actually make them more powerful. However, in later editions, like D&D 5e, that was changed to upcasting through spells, but it still had the same effect of making more darts. Because back then, you could sacrifice, for example, wizard levels to make a spell stronger. And you would actually lose the wizard level, including the features that you got it from. That you got it from.
Oh.
Yeah. So it's basically sacrificing a portion of your permanent power in exchange for making a spell temporarily much stronger.
Man, it reminds me of a video I saw of like someone's homebrew rules, and at some point and at the end they were talking about like rule of cool and stuff. And then they were like, yeah, if you want to do something that's normally not allowed, you're going to have to sacrifice something. And then he was talking about this one story where someone got hit with a mind flare or something, and they had no spells to get it out. And then it cuts to the feet of it, and the paladin just says, how many paladin levels do I have to give up to remove the... And then everyone's like, wait, paladin levels? What?
I'm sorry, I just cut in with a paladin level. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, that was the reaction of everyone. But yeah, basically, the question that the paladin asked was, how many paladin levels do I have to burn out to remove the mind flare?
Right.
Because he was out of spells or something.
Yeah. And so he was going to use his levels to fuel a spell instead of using his actual MP or spell slots, depending on which the system used back then.
It was 5e. It was in 5e, so that's why it wasn't the rule of cool, because normally he wouldn't be allowed to do that. But the fact that this was his first reaction,
He's clearly a veteran from older editions.
Maybe.
So lost in like have other materials though.
Right. Believe it or not, by the way, there is an optional magic point system for D&D 5e, where instead of doing spell slots, you can do magic points. It's actually pretty neat. I haven't looked into it much, but it actually seems pretty neat. Let me actually look into that now in my tablet.
Yeah, we're just repeating the same battle over and over, because with all the promoted unit, you get a ton more experience.
Basically, yeah. And I'm in no hurry.
Yeah.
Use the big freeze. Okay. I can pull up Wikidot now.
Oh, speaking of fun fact, I realized when I was checking the spells, I either lost the source of some of my spells and I could not find them again, or I had two more spells known that I should have had. Whoops.
Right. I think remember the fact that you had 500 gold pieces to start with and you could have bought spells?
Oh.
Yeah, you could pay 50 gold pieces to buy another spell, because it's as if you had read the Book of Magical Knowledge in the past, is what it was. Remember that?
Okay.
That might be where those two spells came from. Either way, yeah, that's still kind of funny. Okay, spell points. Here we go. Also,
yeah, because I didn't note it, now I'd have to, go and try and find it again.
Yeah.
Find a source somewhere that I bought it, because I don't remember what I bought like a month ago. Well, maybe not a month ago, but... Well, no, a month ago.
A couple weeks ago?
Because we're about to hit 4 weeks from when I first joined, and then I was making my characters the whole time. Almost... Like, whenever I had free time, most of the thing I would be doing that week is work on the character, try to find spells, try to read subclasses, whatever. Ooh, okay, I typed in spells to look at the Discord server when I could have said spells. And 200 messages have the word spell in it. That's going to be a... Well, I can probably scroll back before the first session.
Yep. So would you guys like me to read out what the spell point system is all about? Alright, you mind if I do that while you're searching, Surtur?
Nah, it's fine.
Variant rules, spell points. Source, Dungeon Master's Guide. With this variant system, a character who has a spellcasting feature uses spell points instead of spell slots to fuel spells. Spell points give a caster more flexibility at the cost of greater complexity. So, that's a trade-off. You have a lot more flexibility, but it's also a lot more complex. In this variant, each spell has a point cost based on its level. The spell cost table summarizes the cost in spell points of slots from 1st level to 9th level. Cantrips don't require slots and therefore don't require spell points. Instead of gaining a number of spell slots to cast your spells from the spellcasting feature, you gain a pool of spell points instead. You expend a number of spell points to create a spell slot of a given level, and then use that slot to cast a spell. You can't reduce your spell point total to less than 0, and you regain all spent spell points when you finish a long rest. Does that make sense? Spells of 6th level or higher are particularly taxing to cast. You can use spell points to create one slot of each level 6th level slot. You can't create another slot of the same level until you finish a long rest. I might change that, but that's just me. The number of spell points you have to spend is based on your level as a spellcaster, as shown in the spell point by level table. Your level also determines the maximum level spell slot you can create. Even though you might have enough points to create a slot above this maximum, you can't do so, unless the DM says that you can. The spell points by level table applies to bards, clerics, druids, sorcerers, and wizards. For a paladin or ranger, half the character's level in that class and then consult the table. For a fighter, eldritch knight, or rogue, arcane trickster, divide the character's level by class by 3. For an artificer, add half your levels rounded up in the artificer class to determine your available spell points. This system can be applied to monsters that cast spells using spell slots, but it isn't recommended that you do so. Tracking spell point expenditures for a monster can be a hassle. And then, yeah, the 2 tables listed below. Do you want me to read the tables, or are you not interested? Bucks. Couldn't hear what you
read
said.
them.
You want me to read them? Okay. So, spell point costs. A 1st level spell slot costs 2 points. A 2nd level spell slot costs 3 points. A 3rd level slot costs 5 points. A 4th level slot costs 6 points. A 5th level slot costs 7 points. A 6th level slot costs 9 points. A 7th level slot costs 10 points. A 8th level slot costs 11 points. And a 9th level slot costs 13 points.
So it's like the sorcery points, except it extends further, okay.
Yeah. Spell points by level. Here's the amount of spell points that you have per caster level. At first, and then also list the max spell level, but that is the same as it normally is. So I'm not going to read the max spell level, because it's the same as it normally is. Just know that it's maximum of 1st level for 1 and 2, maximum of 2nd for 3 and 4, maximum of 3rd for 5th and 6th, maximum of 4th for 7th to 8th, maximum of 5th for 9th to 10th, then 6th, then 7th, then 8th, and then the last 4 levels from 17th to 20th is maximum 9th, because obviously not getting access to 10th level spells. So it just progresses by 2 every time. But anyway, 1st level, you have 4 spell points. 2nd level, you have 6 spell points. 3rd, you have 14. fourth, you have 17. Then you have 27 at fifth, 32 at sixth, 38 at seventh, 44 at eighth, 57 at ninth, 64 at 10th, 73 at 11th and 12th, 83 at 13th and 14th, 94 at 15th and 16th, 107 at 17th, 114 at 18th, 123 at 19th, and 133 at 20. Seems a little weird the way that's organized.
Yeah, I'm guessing they want you to be able to. I'm assuming the points are there so that you can cast the exact same spells that you could cast normally. Like, oh hey, you've got your 9th level slot, your 8th level slot, your 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So it makes 4 numbers that
Right.
aren't really super intuitive.
Yeah, they aren't super intuitive. Which is the reason why the one time I tried out a spell point system, I didn't use their tables and I made up my own tables. And one of the things that I did was I made so that spell slots cost the same amount of points as their level to make. So like first level cost 1 point, second level cost 2, third level cost 3, etc. All the way up to 9th level cost 9 points.
Okay.
And then basically for the magic caster, you weren't limited in only making one of each of those higher level slots. And the actual amount of spell points that you know scale up as you level. Roughly, I don't remember the exact thing I did, because I tried a few different methods for how many you should have in the total pool. But I think the one that I ultimately ended up settling on was like, it was 3 times your caster level. So that means that at base it would be 3 points, and then at 20th level it would be 60 points.
Yeah.
And since in my system I allowed you to cast more than one 9th level thing, that means that you could like spend those 60 points to cast 60 first level spells, or you could spend those points to cast
6 9th level spells.
6 9th level spells, yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty sure with the other system you could also cast multiple 9th level spells. It's just that I'm pretty sure they made the point so that it would be, if you wanted to cast the exact same thing as normally, you would end up with the exact right amount of points. Like they went to a 1-to-1 basis where, okay, you have 1 9th level slot, so that's plus 13. You have 4 first level slots, so that's plus 8, and so on.
Right, except they also explicitly written into the rules that you can only make 1 6th level slot, 7th level slot, 8th level slot, and 9th level slot per long rest.
Oh.
They wrote that into the rules just to prevent that, which I find kind of dumb. Because to me, if you have flexible casting like this, why not let them? That's part of the point.
Yeah.
You're doing this because you want them to make more customized things. Also, I personally removed the arbitrary rule of you're limited with how much you can upcast. You know what I mean?
No.
Because, okay, they have a rule that... Because they have a... What spells that you're level listed for knowing at the time. They said that you cannot spend more points to upcast a spell than you have maximum spell level currently.
Oh, okay, so to avoid like, oh hey, I have 14 points at level 3, I'll just cast 9th level magic missile or whatever.
Yeah, basically. And I believe in my system I allowed that instead of that happening. Oh wow, they actually missed Joker. I'm surprised. Joker actually dodged for once.
Dodge! Had to go with a TFS reference.
Right.
Yes, I got that one.
But yeah. So I guess the only way to find out if I just had spells that I didn't write where they came from at any point, I guess I need to basically look at my inventory, take the 500 and something gold that I started with, and just calculate until I find a hole of like 100 GP.
Yep, and you also need to consider what you started with from your classes, because it was 500 gold pieces and your starting equipment from your class and your background.
And background, I believe.
Yeah, that's what I said, class and background. I started to say race, but I forgot that race doesn't give you equipment in 5.8.
Oh,
I know
it did in
back in
previous
like
versions?
3.5, your race also gave you equipment.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Like, for example, elves would always have, like, a blade of some kind that they start with.
Okay.
Like a longsword, usually. Because... Okay, you want to know what's one of the goofy things you do back in 3.5 that this reminded me of? This reminded me of the elf ranger who made the longsword machine gun.
Yes.
Okay. Surtur, get a load of this. So, I don't remember the exact build he had, but basically he had a situation where any thrown weapon that he could throw would return to him like a boomerang. And back then, you could only throw light weapons.
Okay.
Because instead of weapons having a specific throwing property, it was just, if it had the light property, then you can throw it. And he also had because he's an elf, he can consider longswords as light weapons. So, one thing that he had was I forget what it was, I think it was like a magic item or something, but he had a belt that he wore around his waist that just had long swords along the entire belt, just hanging off of them in holsters. And in combat, he would just reach in, pull out a longsword, and throw it in one motion at an enemy, and do this like multiple times per turn. And they would just automatically boomerang back and go back in the holster.
I want it.
Right? So he called himself basically like an Old West style, like like a fast shooter from like an Old West thing, except with the long swords. Instead of just being really fast at firing his gun, he's just really fast at unsheathing a longsword and throwing it very fast at an enemy. And just, what would you do if you just suddenly, within 6 seconds, saw a longsword flying at your face? And kid, he had them returning back, and yeah, that only got more powerful when he actually got, magic longswords. Like a flame tongue,
Yeah.
for example.
Boomerang flame tongue.
Yeah. 2d6 fire damage. And this is back at 3.5, so this is back when min-maxing was a lot more like, yeah, you can do this to the upteenth degree. Also, I just won this fight. I didn't intend it. Whoops. Whatever, I'll count it.
Yep.
I forgot to read the dialogue. Max, I was waiting for you. I used that mermaid to bring you here. It is the voice of the spirit from the pool of the ancients. Oh, so that same lady that talked to us before when we put the orb in there. The shining path. What was that?
What? Sorry, it's just that I pressed paste where I wanted to make the whole list of do H, and I still had the message. I haven't seen the full war arc yet, so I just have like on a spreadsheet. I just have one tile that's this really long message of I haven't seen the war arc yet, but from what I heard, a power skiller talk about Sakura, blah 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 blah. I have like the whole message copy pasted in the middle of my spreadsheet. It just surprised me.
The shining path lies ahead behind this door. It leads to the land of the ancients.
Hey.
The key to the accursed door is there. I shall open the way for the shining path.
Crushing us.
Rocks? Oh. No! It takes all. If it takes all of my remaining strength, you shall not use this path. And he dies. The voice of the spirit is heard again. Alas, the path is blocked. Listen, 2 things are needed to break free Dark Dragon. Dark Soul must get the key to the door, as well as the manual of the seal. The manual is in Draconia. You must stop I almost said Dracul.
And I just looked up, it's like, huh?
You must stop Dark Soul. The seal must not be broken. Go to Prompt. There you should find another shining path. Max, quick! This place is collapsing! Run! Okay. Oh, it's filling with water again. Okay.
It lagged for a second. I'm like, oh god, no.
That wasn't like actual lag. That was just the actual game pausing there. Also, hello, Breacher. Also, sorry if you hear a lawnmower outside. Let me close my window. That's a weed whacker. I was right. The shining path was here. Too bad it is now blocked. Yes. Okay, we were talking about something?
Just looked very weird all of a sudden to happen.
Yeah, we can work on that later. That's fine.
No, I wasn't even talking about that.
Oh. Well, I just read the message that you sent me. So, fun fact, by the way. Now, if we want to, we can take this boat and go around here. Now we can actually sail inside of here. Not that it does anything, but we can do it. It'd be cool if you could, like, search an area randomly and find a secret. Like, oh hey, but no, there's nothing here. There's no secrets here. Sadly. You can land over here, but there's nothing over here. You can just land here. Oh. See? I know there's probably some playground thing of like, oh, if you search in a specific spot, you'll find a mermaid that will join your shining force, but no. You know those playground rumors?
Yes.
What does this sign say? I forget. Island Hotel, now open. Okay. And yeah, sadly, there's rocks preventing you from just leaving the map. And that's for a very good reason, by the way, because if you ever, like, walk through walls and get out of the map, if you ever, like, walk off the edge of a map, then it counts you as exiting the tile and going to whatever the map is above it. And if
So it does the same thing that Paper Mario did.
Yep. However, if there is no map above it, then if you have a walk-through walls code and you walk off the edge of the map, you just walk out of bounds into, and your character data starts overflowing into other places in memory.
Oh.
Which is bad, obviously.
Obviously.
Yes.
And here's the thing.
That's all I have to say. Yes.
Yeah. And you can keep walking, by the way. You can keep walking through memory, and eventually you'll wrap back around through to the other side of the map as you walk all the way through memory. Most of the time the game crashes. Sometimes it doesn't. It's really silly.
We don't know why, but also it's probably not supposed to handle that case, so it's fine.
Yep. It's me, Shell. You've been with the Friar at Ring Reef? Did he tell you his secret? No. His father was a friar of Shade Abbey. He was born in Guardiana. Amazing. Are you leaving now? Please visit again after your quest is over. I'll show you around. Okay. As a kid, there were so many times I wanted to recruit her because if you remember a general rule of this game, if someone has a portrait, that means that they're either an enemy or someone recruitable. She's one of the few exceptions to that, besides like the king, because the king is obvious, but she's one of the few exceptions to where she's actually not recruitable, but it feels like she should be.
She is.
She is not recruitable. And I understand why, because of the fact that she's a mermaid and every single map in the game you start on land. So it wouldn't really make sense.
She's in a secluded house.
Yeah. I like the fact that since she's a mermaid, her house just doesn't have a floor. It's just in water.
Notice that she still has a drawer and things.
Yeah, somehow it's floating. I mean,
She has some kind of clothing.
yeah. Her seashell bikini. Or something, I don't know. What's your deal?
Seashell bikini.
Look, pots! I want to smash them. I'm going to spend more time outside from now on. I don't know why I gave him that voice.
Let's say right now, see what it takes you.
Thanks. Thanks for cleaning up under the reef. I wouldn't exactly call that cleaning up, but sure.
That's not cleaning!
But if you mean cleaning, killing a bunch of worms, then sure. Also, next chap... Oh, right, I forgot you're standing on the fish. Well, well, I'm off again. Perhaps I'll go to Dragonia to see some sacred dragons. Yeah, we're getting to the section where we get to see the sacred dragons, which would be fun. Blue is actually going to enter the game. I say that because there's literally a dragon that you can recruit named Blue in this game.
Oh wow.
Yeah, except it's spelled B-L-E-U instead of B-L-U-E.
Wow!
Why do you think Blue Draconics is so interested in playing this game now? Because I told him about that. He's like, I must play it.
Must play game.
Yes, must play game. It has a dragon that you can play as, and if it has a dragon that you can play as, then he will play it because he likes dragons.
I mean, it's like Ace that got excited when he heard of the mutant thing from Final Fantasy VII because that is actually what he was based off of.
Yep.
What is it called? Red 17 or something?
Ah, okay. I don't know what that is.
I forgot what it is. It was in Final Fantasy VII, the dog-like creature that you befriend and joins your party.
Oh, that red. Okay, yeah. Red 16.
Oh, he was originally based off of.
It's Red 16, not Red 17. And the only reason why it's called Red 16 is because that's his code name, and he doesn't remember his actual name. You find out later in Final Fantasy VII what his actual name is.
Speaking of Blue.
Oh, did Blue join the voice chat?
Yes.
Hello, Blue.
Were you guys seriously talking about me again?
Yes, because we were talking about the fact that we just finished a battle and we're approaching the actual chapter where you recruit Blue the character. In training course.
Why does this always happen to me?
Again, that's just another instance of those coincidences that are completely on accident but kind of just end up making sense anyway. Welcome.
Dang, my dog is in a scratchy mood today.
Yes.
But yeah, Red 16, that's not his name. That's the name that he was given in the laboratory. You find out later in Final Fantasy VII what his name is, but I forget what the name is if you find out. It's been a while since I played Final Fantasy VII. So...
It's fun, and that's basically who Ace is based off in a little bit.
Red 13, that's what it was. Not Red 16, my bad. Red 13. Yeah.
You don't have to yell at me. I know it's... Yes.
Whoa, Max, your ship is repaired. Are you leaving immediately? Yes. I see. The payment for the repairs comes to 1 million coins. Will you pay it now? I don't have 1 million coins. Nope. What? Well, I can't let you go without paying. You almost believed me, didn't you? I can't take money from you. You're the hero. I thank you on behalf of my people. Take care and be safe. Be sure to return later. So the king
You
was
can't
joking
take money
around.
from me. You just flooded my area.
I'd be impressed, like, wait a second, what if you had 1 million coins?
You could say, sure, I'll pay it. And he's like, what? I wouldn't actually take that money from you. I do love this.
For a second, I thought you were singing Return to Oblivion.
I also love Nova's sassy dialogue here. Here we go again. We were just about to land, too. Go get them, Shining Force. Because this is the second ship fight that we've done in the game.
Oh, that reminds me, the new Pokemon episode came out, aka the one about Hisuian Snow. Episode 1 has just come out today.
I saw it already.
I haven't, don't say anything.
I'm gonna say it's adorable.
Okay, that's good enough.
They have barely made a demon on a Zoro adorable.
I believe you just said too much, Fox. I haven't seen it, so I don't know for sure, but that sounds like that was a lot.
I have many videos to be watching up. Yay!
Time to swap out people.
Gosh darn it, my phone does not play videos properly now.
Ooh.
I tend to hum songs.
Perfectly fine. Oh. Alright, this will be our Shining Force in the next fight. I will reference, by the way, we're only keeping Jogurt on the team until we can get the Yogurt ring, and then we're getting rid of him.
Hilarious.
Oh, you want
Please
to know?
blue with yogurt. Okay.
You want to know how completely useless this character is, Blue?
Completely useless.
Look at those stats.
Oh, wait, I'm not on the stream. Wait, is he the joke character?
Yes, his literal class is yogurt.
Watch the stream.
Let me pull it up on Twitch so you can see.
I am not clicking away from his stat screen until you see it.
Yogurt, oh my goodness. Man, that's my voice.
He does not actually level up at all. And the whole big thing is like, oh hey, those stats are abysmal. He never increases them. If you level him up, nothing happens, but then also there's now a thing called a yogurt ring available in the shop. And it's the only way to get the yogurt ring. You want to know what the yogurt ring does?
Oh no, what does the yogurt ring do?
The yogurt ring, when equipped, makes someone look like yogurt.
Fun.
That's all it does. It doesn't change their stats at all. It just makes them look like yogurt. Makes them look like yogurt. Sorry. And I'm only getting it because I said I would get all the items. And sadly, to get it, that means I need to have him level up. And to do that, he only does 1 damage per attack. So I need to literally knock an enemy to 1 HP and then have him kill them, and he has a high chance to miss. So you can imagine how tedious that is, especially when he only has 1 HP and can die to anything.
The patience of a saint, goddamn.
Yes.
Are you excited for Saturday?
Saturday's gonna be fun.
Indeed it is. Indeed it is.
How about you, Soder? Are you looking forward to Saturday?
Yeah, it's going to be a heavy RP session. I don't think we've had one yet, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. I'm not sure what it's going to look like, but I'm interested in getting there.
About 6 hours of talking. Beyond that,
That's not good.
that's what else is there to say other than it will be 6 hours of talking.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
I remember being a child and always skipping cutscenes that I would have, and I know that at some point in my life I would have been, man, that sounds boring as heck, can we not do that?
But here's the thing. It'll be your character directly involved. Everyone will get their chance to quote-unquote shine during the session.
Well, yeah, everyone gets their chance to shine in every session, I hope. That's part of the point of my job, is to make sure everyone's participating and having fun.
Yes.
After all, I am the referee. That's the job of the DM, is to be the referee.
Yep, make sure everyone's having fun.
Yep, and also make sure people are following the rules, and... well, that's about it. Just following the rules, having fun, and participating.
Also,
Yes.
Bugboy, did you hear about what happened on Saturday night, although you were asleep at the time?
Last Saturday?
No, it was, this Saturday.
No.
A couple days ago.
No.
Anyways, so I did a surprise VR chat stream where I played Uno with my friends.
Oh, I did not hear about that, but I saw the notification.
That same day, I literally slept no hours.
Oh, I forgot to equip the Mon sword. Whoops. So you should punch the bat.
Why I didn't sleep any hours? I just didn't sleep any hours.
Yogurt.
That's a good answer. Like, why didn't you sleep at all? Because I didn't sleep.
This is the first map where enemies just start showing up after the battle starts. Stupid bats having a high dodge rate. To put this into perspective, Hunnery, imagine if an enemy had a mechanic where it says, after you make before you make an attack roll, roll a d4, and on a 1 or a 2, the attack automatically misses. That's effectively what the bats in this game have. Where they just have you roll a d4 before you even determine whether or not you hit, and if it rolls a 1 or a 2, it just automatically misses. So you can imagine how frustrating that is, and yeah, that stuff wouldn't fly in D&D, but it's in this game. Then again, in this game, magic auto hits, so that's another thing too.
Every magic is magic missile.
Effectively, yeah. Also, unlike D&D, all attacks aren't based on die rolls, they just do set damage. Also, armor directly affects the amount of damage you take, rather than how hard you are to hit in this game.
Yee.
Yee. I'm looking forward to Saturday. Saturday will be interesting. The cool thing about Saturday is I don't really need to prepare anything.
I mean, you kind of technically don't, and you just need to have NPCs ready for interaction when we ever come up for them.
Yeah, which the majority of the NPCs that you guys are going to be encountering, I've already finished enough for it to matter anyway, and the rest I can improv.
Okay, thank you. I was about to ask about certain ones.
What?
Certain ones.
Yeah, improving is my favorite part of D&D. If you did not know. Cast the slow spell.
Running slow.
Their speed decreased. And their defense decreases as well. Also, yes, these are giant, like, haunches.
It's possible.
Yep. Didn't you say that that biologically makes sense or something?
Does. Hardwired to actually move like that.
Yeah.
It's actually scary.
Go, Guns! Slam into him! Yeah! Freaking steampunk tank, let's go. Now that's what I call heavy armor. Guns level increases to level 3. Attack level increases by 1. Defense level increases by 2. Speed increases by 5. Maximum hit points increases by 2. Oh, you missed it earlier, Blue, but we did see the first instance of double-digit stat increase in this game.
Yay!
Yeah, I've never seen that before in Shining Force, and I've been playing this game for 2 decades. But yeah, someone increased their HP by 11 from 1 level up. Which is a lot in this game, considering the fact that your starting HP is usually around, like, 20 or, like, 10. So suddenly having the health bar basically, like, double is crazy. Go, Flying Man. And suddenly everyone's a lot more quiet now.
Me.
That's okay.
I'm just thinking of things and just looking at things to see if I work with things. Actually, maybe I would actually post that and do that.
Things and stuff and things and stuff. Oh, more shellfish are appearing. Does anyone have any questions about Danger?
No questions.
Okay. But yeah, I was telling them earlier, Unari, about the fact that you were interested in playing this game solely because you can have a player character who is a dragon.
Yes.
And it just so happened that that dragon was named Blue. Did you forget about that?
Technically, it's named Blau.
B-L-E-U.
Ow.
Blue, okay.
Yeah. Blue. As a kid, I always pronounced it Blue. But yeah, Blau. I know it. Blue.
It is a different language. I forgot what language it is, Blau, but it is translated to
French.
French. It's French.
Blue.
You must understand the meaning of French. After all, I'm a French outfit right now. Or I think.
We're speaking to a literal native speaker of French here, aka Surtur.
Which is why I always found it funny. I think it was Hyperdimension Neptunia because I just took French names for colors. So if you were to translate it, some of the characters you just call them a color.
Yeah. What's your character name, Blue?
Yeah.
What's my character name?
I don't know why, but it always felt weird to me speaking to Noir. Oh hey, hi Black!
Right.
Oh my goodness. Speaking of black, I have a character name who is black. This was when I was first in making names and characters for stories.
Interesting.
I was just interested.
Also, this is the first gargoyle we get to see, which will be an enemy that's common in later chapters. It's also a really annoying enemy.
Who is interested?
Alice. Ace likes to call him Fluffy Dragon. No, that's what you don't like.
No, Black is not a fluffy dragon. Not one bit.
Black. Malice. Malice doesn't like being called Fluffy Dragon.
Oh,
It's technically
Malice.
Fluffy Dragon, but he's not Fluffy Dragon.
Okay. I was still having trouble hearing the name. Now I know it's Malice.
Yeah, because Fox's microphone cuts off the first half of what he says a lot of the time, so you have to try and figure out what he's saying based off of only the second half of the word. Not that I'm complaining, I'm just pointing out that's the reason why we sometimes have to ask him to say something multiple times. For those people watching this at home, because, again, I'm on stream currently. That's perfect. I like how I have 3 viewers, and I'm betting all 3 of those viewers are the people currently in voice call with me.
I thought you were going to say all 3 of those viewers are Soda.
I have yet to find a way to let a person count as multiple viewers.
I was about to say, like, Soda's on there multiple times now. What?
I guess multiple navigators and multiple Twitch accounts, maybe?
Yeah, if you had multiple accounts, but then it wouldn't all be Surtur, it'd be Surtur and then Surtur 2 and then Surtur 2.0 or something. Yeah. That'd be funny if you had an account named Surtur and you had an account named the Gemini God. They just had both of them watching at once. Oh god, now I'm imagining that you would get, to help sell it, you would get into a debate with yourself. By using both accounts. that sounds like something you would do.
That sounds both like a fun thing to do, but also why?
But also, why not? That is a fun thing to do, yes, but it's like, it's hard to have an argument with yourself. Sometimes.
Sometimes you say, but listen, having an argument with yourself is actually quite easy.
having a actual argument with yourself, not just you pretending to argue with yourself, is kind of quite hard. Because an argument usually requires two viewpoints that are different and don't agree with each other. And
But don't you know, I'm indecisive.
Okay, fair. I'm not indecisive at all. I'm like the opposite of indecisive. I guess that's just decisive.
I guess.
I don't know what else to call it. In implies not, so it implies not decisive, so I guess decisive means something. Either way, I have a tendency to make decisions before fully thinking everything through. Reckless, I guess would be another way to say that.
Will enemies just continue to spawn on this map?
There is a limit for how many. Also, the goal of the map is to kill all of the enemies at once, so that no more can respawn.
Okay.
No, it's not just an endless slog. If you eliminate all of the enemies on the map at once, then that counts as you win.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's literally just a DPS check saying, how much can you do?
Yeah, which, to be fair, this is chapter 5, so this is like the getting into the second half of the game.
Sure, would make sense for them to have the house.
Also, do you care about spoilers for this game, Luke?
No.
Okay. Then yeah, this game has 8 chapters.
Okay.
It has about 2 to 3 battles per chapter and 8 chapters, so yeah, that gives you an idea of how many battles are in the game.
16 to 24 battles. Alright.
Yep.
Can't they do that now?
Hmm.
Oh.
So, Hoonary, did you ever hear about that new, actually, Surtur, did you ever hear about that new ability to train subclasses? Added to the campaign.
And it would take advantage of in session 4.
If you guys have enough time, yes.
I will learn from the head of the agriculture faction. I will learn Moon Druid.
Okay. Let me explain that. Surtur, Hoonary, have I told you two about this?
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to assume that Hoonary hasn't heard either of it. Basically, you know how you can train for various things? Like, for example, training to gain a skill proficiency, or training to, gain a feat, or training to gain expertise in a skill, or training to gain a language, etc.
Yep.
In D&D 5e.
Yep. I remember that.
Okay. Do you remember that, Surtur? Or do I need to explain that, too?
Sorry, I'm trying to focus on 2 things at a time and it's not working. What did you say?
Oh, sorry. If you're busy, then I don't want to bother you.
Okay.
I'll just go ahead and play it to Hoonary if you're busy. Okay. So, basically, if you spend 8 weeks with someone who already knows a certain subclass, so for example, in this case, Moon Druid, if you spend 8 weeks with someone who already knows that subclass and they train you over the course of those 8 weeks, you too can learn that subclass. Now, if it's someone who does not consider you an ally, they will likely charge you for it. Or if it's someone whose time, whom considers their own time valuable, they will likely charge you for it. But otherwise, 8 weeks of training is all that's required to gain a new subclass in a class that you already have.
Alright, sounds reasonable.
Yeah, I would like to say it does not give you more levels, it just lets you gain a subclass.
It basically lets you use the features of the subclass when you gain the appropriate level.
Yep. So in this case,
Okay.
So in this case, if Cathanglis trained to become a moon druid with the agriculture faction, his druid level would not change, but he would gain any eligible stuff that he could from moon druid right now, and as he levels up, he would gain more features from moon druid. Because he'd effectively be both a forest druid and a moon druid at the same time.
Deep.
So yeah. Or in your
Is
case...
there
Sorry, go ahead.
is there any requirements from the teacher itself aside from having said subclass?
Their willingness to train you.
Okay, yeah. I was just saying, like, could someone, like, from our party, like, train another person in our party for the subclass that they have themselves, despite not having unlocked the entire features of the subclass?
Yes. As
Okay.
long as you have the main class that belongs to, then yes.
Yeah.
So for
So
example,
if there was,
so
okay,
for
so if
example,
there was
a
a
Battle
okay.
Master fighter can't train someone to be a Battle Master fighter unless they are themselves a fighter in some capacity.
Yeah. So if we so for example, if we already had a Moon Druid, even though they didn't unlock everything from the Moon Druid, yet they could still train Cathanglis to be a Moon Druid. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
And that's fair, and that gives you guys something like long-term goals. It's like, oh hey, it's like, oh hey, Cathanglis is a Radiant Soul Bonder. You're a Draconic Soul Bonder. You could train each other on how to... Hootery, you could train him on how to give Raiju more Draconic aspects, and he could train you how to give Karsoka more Celestial aspects. Does that make sense?
I will become a celestial dragon. Yes.
You can have a dog dragon.
Yeah.
The
And
idea,
yeah,
the idea.
for
This is
clerics,
actually happening now.
yeah, for soul bonders, that's how it works. For clerics, it's like, oh hey, someone teaching you like how to follow a certain faith for 8 weeks, sort of thing. That way you can follow both faiths at the same time. Like, for example, let's say you became a paladin, became like Oath of Ancients paladin, but you also kind of like the idea of Oath of Redemption. Well, then someone who's Oath of Redemption could train you for 8 weeks, and then you could be both Oath of Ancients and Oath of Redemption.
Hmm.
Nice.
Yeah. So, and I went through every mainland class to see if there's any that don't work with this. The most questionable one was Warlock, and even then, I like to think that the way that I'm explaining this is that if you do it for a Warlock subclass, it's that Warlock that's tied to that patron brokering a deal to have that patron give a different Warlock power and be a patron of that other Warlock as well. So it's like you spending 8 weeks brokering a deal between you and the patron.
Oh my
Yes,
god.
we're having now.
So yeah,
Wait, how would that work with her?
that works with your thing too, yes. And that one's pretty cool because of the fact that Warlock, if they're subclass at first level. That's pretty neat. And so yeah, it works for every mainline class, even ones that it seems like it wouldn't, like, Sorcerer. It still works for Sorcerer.
Wow, imagine giving someone the Divine Soul subclass.
Right. And in that case, I would say as part of the 8 weeks, they like pour a small piece of themselves into you to help change your soul so that it's partially Divine Soul as well. Sort of thing.
Let me teach you how to be divine.
Basically, they teach you how to be aligned with the Divine in addition to whatever else. Sort of thing. But yeah, I will say, by the way, the training is specifically 8 hours per day for a 8-week period. And the reason why it's only 8 hours per day is because, in my opinion, you can only spend 8 hours of rigorous training per day before you risk exhaustion.
Yep, welcome back to school, guys. Welcome back to school.
Yep. Basically, you're taking classes. That's what it is. It's you're taking classes for subclasses. You take
Hoonery, oh, this is
classes.
fine. This is fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
I'll be Hoonery and Katangus. That's just this is fine.
And the DM is also like, this is fine.
I mean, listen. I went to the Dragon Continent School. I understand their rigorous stuff.
Timing.
We both posted at the same time.
And you posted 2 versions of it for some reason.
Yeah, I posted a second version because the second version actually has him sipping the coffee.
Alright, let me go see what you guys did.
Voice channel.
This is fine. Everything's on fire. Don't worry. Fire Dragon class was on fire.
It'd be good if you were the opposite of fire.
No. I'm not a silver dragon, not yet.
Yeah.
Huh.
Don't go fireball hungry on me, Hoonery.
No. I won't go fireball hunger on you. Kursoko might do it. For fire up!
You said a good idea, and that does require Blue to train me to be a Dragon Soul Bonder.
What?
Nothing, I'm just thinking.
To be fair, the only one in the party who currently knows fireball is Surtur.
Hello.
Clocksworth, sorry. I like how I'm saying, like, Hoonery and stuff, and I just refer to Surtur not as Clocksworth, but just as Surtur.
You need to get that clock fixed.
Oh, wait, right, I'm not supposed to win this fight, because I'm supposed to egress out. I completely was spacing out, I nearly beat the fight. Whoops. I'm supposed to repeat the fight, right. You know what? It's been 4 hours. I think I'm going to egress out and then call it here.
Okay.
I already mentioned before that I would end the stream after that previous fight, and I never did because I accidentally completed the previous fight, and then we were talking, I just kept going. I wasn't paying attention. I'm like, oh wait, yeah, I'm supposed to be doing stream things. Oh, quick Peachy's point. Let Max get
yes.
a turn, please.
Also, fun fact on Thursday, if I can get everything set up right, I'm gonna be streaming VR chat with an actual VR headset.
Will it
It took
be?
you that long to get.
Will it be during my time of streaming?
I might try to be starting around this time.
I just asked because of the fact of if it does, I won't be able to make it.
But here's the thing, no, it's gonna go on for a while.
Okay. Because I know I always end up streaming 4 to 6 hours, and that will be my Dead Cells day, specifically.
But yeah, I can definitely be doing, afternoon streams all the way through evening. And such.
Okay. Quick save done. Everyone on YouTube, thank you for watching, if indeed you still are, and I'll see y'all later. Goodbye!
Enjoy yourself.
Bye.
Can you feel the copyrights tonight?